Welcome back. We are entering the first plenary session of today. I request Mrs. V. Associate Professor of English, to introduce the plenary session speaker, Dr. S. Srinivas Raghavan, sir.
Good morning to the August gathering. I am performing the pleasant duty of introducing a scholar like Dr. S. Srinivas Raghavan, Controller of Examinations, Bharathasan University, Kuchapalli, addressing us all in the plenary section one of the standards and one of the pillars of Bharathasan University. He was a student of Madurai Kamaraj University, right from his UG degree to PhD. Had a humpty number of academic achievements. He was the recipient of Librarian National Award 7. He received the Best Librarian National Award from Madurai Library Association in the year 2017. He is the proud recipient of the Best Teacher Award from Madurai Library Association in the year 2021. At present, our resource person is serving as Professor at the Department of Library and Information Science and also Chair, School of Library and Information Science and Controller of Examinations at Bharathasan University. His area of specializations are Management of Library and Information System, User Studies, Information Research Methodology, E-Resources, Access Management. He is having 30 years of speaking experience at PG level and is acting as a recognized research guide since 2003. He has guided 40 PhD candidates and among them, PhD degree was awarded to 40 candidates. He has published an article in national and international journals, 15 national and 31 in international journals. He has edited 11 books and 7 edited book chapters to his credit. He has brought out 2 NAAC publications, Quality Indicators for College and University Library and Best Practices in Library Information System. He has been awarded and executed 6 research and development projects to the tune of 94.40 lakhs by UGC, MHRD, Higher Education Department, Government of Tamil Nadu, INFINIT, and ICSSR. He has organized 5 UGC refresher courses in Library Information Science. He has organized many programs and seminars, including national and international conferences sponsored UGC, NAAC, INFINIT, DST, ISTE, AICTE, SRELS, SPRINGMA. He has acted as a sub-expert for many university affiliation inspection committees and also peer committee of NAAC. He is the coordinator for the SWAYAM program in the university. Children's Corner, Garden Reading Facility, He has delivered more than 200 lectures, served as a post writer and a reviewer for the BA Honours Degree in Library and Information Science program of Open University of Sri Lanka, Colombo. He has visited many countries. With a long list, he has visited Vietnam, South Korea, Muscat, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, Singapore, and Thailand. Indeed, we are fortunate to listen to such a stalwart. Hearty welcome to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jamuna, for your compliments. At the outset, I am very happy to associate with this important academic program, which is being organized by the ADM College, one of the reputed institution in Bharathasan University jurisdiction in general. And the faculty members were very productive and very dynamic. I also come across many aspects, and they are also keep on convening quite good number of programs. So my regards to the chief patron, Mr. A. Jagadishwar, and the patron Kathireshan Prabhu, secretary, and Anbu Chelvi, principal in charge, and the chairman IKC. And I also my compliments and presentation to Sivakama Sundari, principal, madam, retired, advisor ADMC, Sophia Porchelvi, madam, and Dr. R. Manimuli, vice principal, and Jamuna Devi has introduced about me and welcome me, and other coordinators, Sambat Lakshmi Renuga, and Premyavati, Sarala, Alamelu, Rajeshwari, Arul Mary Joyce, for all the organizer, those who are taking initiative for this, and the co-resource persons, and Dr. Ponmurraj from NAAC. I hope that he has given a very good inaugural session. It might have given an overall picture. Anyway, whatever is assigned to me, I just made a structured PowerPoint presentation. So let me go ahead with the slides, what I have prepared, and then if necessary, we can have some clarifications from the district group participants. I also welcome all the participants on behalf of the college management for this very good event. So let us start from the. The PPT is visible, ma'am? Hello.
Sir, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Visible.
Thank you, sir. So this is the PowerPoint mode where I'm taking presentation mode. Yeah. So anyway, you are going to have separate sessions on this DVV process and the quantitative indicators and also the other aspects. So let me give you an overall picture about the preparation of SSR. Of course, many faculty members nowadays, they were all acquainted because more than a decade we were keep on discussing. But there are only 10 members at NAAC, and they really made a very good framework of this quality assessment and quality parameters, quality indicators for the higher education. Particularly, India is a very versatile and comprehensive education system. So it is not so easy to fit everything into a common framework. But anyway, we need a comparative framework and measurements so that we can also really assess the institutions and whether they are relevant to their objective and in terms of contributing to the society and all those things. Okay, so the quality assurance, just you all know very well, and particularly management and education and other faculty. Of course, being a faculty members, all are administrator only, I would say, after 10 years or 15 years, many self-finance colleges and all, beginning itself, they are keep on engaging in some or other administrative procedures because faculty as a stakeholder in administration is very much essential. In central government establishments, of course, that system is somewhat different. And they do have that structured office and they may take care. But even then, academic proceedings, they may not easily understand. So where the participation of the faculty in all system and administrative, financial and other aspects become necessary. So in that way, they should understand that what is quality and quality assurance like that. So whatever we are carrying out that activities, if we are properly documenting and if you are checking that as to the standards of that particular concept or activity, that itself quality starts. So everyone is responsible in an enterprise for enhance the quality, not only enhance the quality, but also maintaining the quality. So that is most important thing. This is what this AQAR NAAC is also asking. Sometimes we may also fed up every year to supplement documents and all those things. Of course, the older days, every system was like that. Everyone was responsive, and they always deliver their job with more commitment. There is no need of any push or pull from other side. But now it is not so. So there is what these kind of systems emerge, and everyone have to spend considerable time for maintaining the quality, maintaining the records, documenting. So these others, you can meet your mic. So maintaining the quality And then we need to understand. It is necessary for all the faculty to understand the 7 criterions given by the NAAC, because everyone is getting involved in this preparation. Of course, not that only steering the team of the ITSC. Here also, even many times, not only here, many institutions that ITSC coordinators, they used to lament because collecting the data from the faculty and the students and other stakeholders, there is a great mammoth and top task like that. But it is a responsibility for each and everyone. That's what I would like to. This is all the definition given by management people, and the understanding. Once the people understand, obviously they also can fix. Even here in our university also, I told that NAAC coordinator. So okay, you can ask the data and all, but you need to have at least 1 or 2 meetings with all the faculty, but enabling them to understand it and what criteria these particular information they are asking, what kind of document do you have to give, and how other institutions they are given like that. So that kind of the orientation really encourage faculty to submit the appropriate document, because everyone cannot. We are very versatile and very complex. So like that I told. So in that way, understanding and feeling of ownership and uses the system. So that only enhance the quality. And of course, this is the responsibility of management. Regularly, it has to check whether this principal or the management or the university or the government, the higher education department, or the UGC, NAAC, or whatever we can take into that. And the overall very purpose that we need to be reliable, and consistency of that reliability, that is most important. So that's what I want to highlight. And of course, quality assurance, even in industry context, because there is no system is 100% perfect. Even in medical, where they ensure the maximum precision in terms of their service they are rendering, because that is dealt with lives of people. And other mechanical or automated or the heavy machine oriented process and all also they are ensuring. But the research itself, the social science and all, 70% or 60%, that kind of the perfection is required. Maximum perfection we have to give. So the quality assurance mechanism also enabled to prevent mistakes and defects of products, process and services. Being a faculty, we dealt with all product, process and services. So we have to take at these 3. But normally in industries, there may be a product manager, there may be a manager for service, there may be a manager for the processes. So like that, there will be separate people, but we have to coordinate. That's what our opportunity and our limitation also, we can say. Delivering the solutions, that is most important thing. Within the classroom, and how we are, that and all may not come into the picture, but even that also can be culled out by individual faculty, and what kind of treatment or the reflection they got from the students. And you can also group some unique cases are come that can be discussed. Teacher himself, he might have given a solution, but they're not apparently come to the knowledge of management or the principal. And when many times that kind of treatment which is given by particular faculty may be useful, that can get replicated. So that is what we have to compile all those things in our SSR report also. Some of the important things what you have carried out, and when they are creative comments, you can highlight it. That and all reflect on the overall grading and overall scoring also. Okay, good. So always we can say quality assurance and quality control is in terms in industry. And the data driven, that is what. Now only we are data driven, 75% from NAAC data validation verification process. And earlier, all the industry system, ISO, many computer science and other management people you may have come across. And even I also did in my previous life, the ISO practice. Only we have to submit the data. So based on the data, they'll give the certification. And they'll ask some cross check, that's all. But NAAC process higher education assessment is not like that. Even I also emphasize you need at least 50% scoring from tier 3, because many of the rural colleges and the government colleges and even they don't find time to maintain all those records. Small, trivial, actually, quality in small details, there is always there. But that small details, not just merely maintaining the record and submitting the record and all those things. That small details, how we are really making that student community to felt the learning from the teachers and how we are disseminating to them. And various other things are, teacher should be a mentor and guide, and he always has to get remember. And faculty, even I used to remember my teachers, not all teachers, some are the good teachers, all are good teachers only, but whatever I could imbibe and I could manage it today also, and that I remember actually. That way, it should be of that small details. But anyway, because such a large comprehensive system, that is the one limitation also. Why the NAAC and all these NARF, they depend on the papers, the documents. That is most important thing. So every department, faculty and HOD, they have to maintain the documentation. They have to spend a good amount of time in documentation and also keeping the documentation. That's what here also I used to tell. Let the faculty do have, the department do have some social networks. Let them upload the photographs of the events, whatever taking place. Let them tweet with their student. But we have to be very careful when you are being the social networking also. That is what we normally hesitate. That and all yield this scientific and ultimate scope. Even internationally, they are looking into that aspect, not only the publication. Even publication also, you post some of the paragraphs or what may be pictures or flowcharts or diagrams, photographs, what you integrate in an article, they can be posted. So people can also make use and the visibility may get enhanced more. So whole world is in now this because of the internet and the digital environment, the data-driven quality that we enable to improve the process. Then already told that administrative, systematic measurement. Always we have to comparison. This is what standard for colleges, for affiliated colleges, for autonomous colleges, for universities, for dual mode universities, those who are offering distance education program, for online programs also being started. Even we are going to have third batch of online program in the ADMC and 11 programs, and also the feedback, monitoring of the process and associated feedback. So these are all they go to compare. This is what they are preparing manual also separately. So the institutions that should fit into the purpose and the right first time. So the very purpose, some institutions they get A grade the first time itself. Some institutions they get a B plus or B or then they improve also. So always we need to think of right the first time and fitness for the purpose. So there are a lot of challenges. I just don't want to go in dropout rates. Of course, even as a controller, I also felt many times we sanctioned 60 post seats for a particular BCom, CR, or whatever it may be, but they may have got only 20 or 30 or even sometimes that will be in a single digit for some colleges also. So that is continuously 2-3 years. Maybe this Corona COVID period, I don't know exactly, but this kind of and dropout rate also. So this enrollment, student enrollment and dropout rates, this is very big challenge. Teachers also have to have a informal quality check in terms of encouraging the admission and also discouraging the dropout, particularly from the rural colleges where the women children are pursuing. Really, we are happy and we are, I don't know, generally I'm telling, and we impart the higher education to more than 3/4 of the students actually. When there are 1 lakh students, nearly around 70 to 75,000 students are girl students. So we have to be happy and proud of that. And there are private sector NGO. These are all the various regions. The higher education system challenges and they need to face. So I just don't want to go into very much detail. And they very much emphasize curriculum and pedagogy. So because curriculum is nothing but what you are going to offer the programs, and it's not just limited with the syllabus, what you are teaching, that textbooks or references, but co-curricular activities, extracurricular activities, overall development which is required to become student or a BSc student or a chemistry student or economic student, whatever it may be. So that way you have to make it. And then accountability and governance. So it is also NAAC is emphasizing. Then teacher educators and administrators, a lot of programs that we need to take part. That now they are asking. I just not necessary to explain, but you need to have that all give the boost in your score. So these are all some of the international practices. Faculty members, you can also visit. Everything is available net. You visit and spend some time, and you can compare And even I deliver lectures to the resource, the reference courses, and also the orientation and various conference seminars where quite good number of faculty used to take part. I used to suggest them to visit the thesis and dissertation portals of various universities, Australian universities, UK universities, Canadian thesis portal, and international this world network of digital library thesis. You compare, actually, you compare some of the thesis pertaining to your topic and such problem. And you can also feel, oh, we did somewhat good. So, and again, you have to check whether where we lack. So we might have carried out a good work, good experiment, good survey, everything, but reporting we may lack. So how we have to structure our report? So these are all some of the things by looking to that other resources and other teacher practices. You can come to now Swayam and many online platforms of that. You can listen to a lecture given by ES lecture, or faculty of Europe or whatever it may be. And some of the, because best practices are borrowed practices, so you can borrow and you can try to customize with that. Only thing that you have to be meticulous and spend some good time after your working hours, midnighting the burning the midnight oil. So that is the most important thing. Then in that context, I have given here some of the international quality assurance agencies. NAAC also have very good association with all those organizations. Indeed, this NAAC is considered one of the prominent accreditation and quality assurance agency. World Bank and many international Asia Pacific Quality Network and AEPA, Australian University Council, and American Council, they are all funding. They are inviting the NAAC faculty. They are going and attending, and they are also giving a lot of inputs. So that way, NAAC is a really well-established body in terms of higher education quality. They give a lot of inputs to various other international bodies. Just I wanted to make an emphasis on it. So we'll see that this is the policy I compiled from various the previous agencies, whatever we could see. I just compiled it. So the same thing, what NAAC also from curriculum 1 to curriculum 7. So program design and development and approval of the programs by different agencies. Here we do have NCTE and UGC, AICT, then Government of India, University, many agencies, the same thing there also. And program design development, it may be pertinent to autonomous colleges and universities, the Board of Studies and Academic Council and all those things, what way they are conducting it, how they are improving the quality. And indeed, every year, NAAC is emphasizing to conduct the Board of Studies meeting and to change some small changes. And here also NAAC, they are asking how much percentage of change which you are made. You cannot change completely. If we really could make 20% change, that's great. But there is not applicable to all subjects. Maybe technology-enabled subjects, and whatever best we can change. Even there is 3% and 4% also. It is really even changing of the latest books. You can visit OCNC, the Library of Congress, and many the indicate of implement. You can go and set a lot of books. Like even Amazon also you can set, no problem. But the universities they really procure books, and the institutions based on the recommendation with the faculty and approval from the authorities. So they might have given a look into that. So you can also change that references, and we can say that this much we have changed it like that. And then recruitment, selection, admission. This is the governance, and the NAAC also particularly teacher quality and salaries being given to the teachers, and also the continuity of the teachers. All those things are better, and the selection criteria, procedures, all those things. Then student enrollment, the admission part will come. Learning and teaching, of course, criteria 2, teaching learning. So that is most important thing, where the colleges can get more marks into that aspect. Implementation of curriculum and the curriculum learning and teaching, the non-autonomous and the non-affiliated, non-autonomous colleges. Autonomous colleges, they can have that curriculum design and implementation both learning and teaching. And then student development progress in this area also, the colleges can get more score. So you have to see, give good attention as much as possible, the quantitative indicator or qualitative indicator, that information you have to make it. And then this student that and not it will come, how you are encouraging extracurricular, co-curricular, and the sports and other activities. Students assessment, examination, if it is an autonomous institution, and of course colleges also they ask internal, summative, formative assessment methodologies as per the university guidelines, or in addition to that, what you are making. So different flipped learning, experimental learning, all those things are there. Then monitoring and review. So these are all that will research finally. More or less similar to the countries what we are going to face in that. The quiz world rank, of course, I given here just because of time. We don't want to. This time higher education and the world news ranking both they together. This quiz ranking they made it actually from 2004-9, and then separate. They become separate also later on. So you can say that the Siemens and the partnership. And the last year, I have just have it 5 universities. They got the research output very high, and they are also having 10 indicators: academic reputation, employer reputation, faculty-student ratio, citations per paper. They are giving much emphasis on the citations actually. When compared to NAAC, they are giving more percentage. Then stop with the PhD. A proportion of international faculty. Of course, here people ask where you can expect international faculty like that. But some of the metros, maybe Delhi, Mumbai, and the Bangalore and all, some international faculty also working. Maybe the faculty from Bangladesh and from Sri Lanka, and some from the other countries also, even some of the European nations also. I could also come across computer science and data science and biotechnology and all. From Belgium also, last time I met one faculty who is coming and working here. So that and all is possible. Students, even many small colleges also, from Madurai and Trichy and all, these Africans and other students, they are coming and studying here. From the Gulf countries also, some students they are coming and studying here. And inbound exchange of students. So this and all, we have to think of when you are applying for QS ranking, we can think of universities are applying, and this is their last year ranking by QS. You can see that NTU, Singapore itself, 2 institutions, and China, Hong Kong. Because you know very well, this Singapore produces many Tamils. 20% of Tamil teachers are working there, and many ASEANs they are working there. So they are also like us only. How they could make it because of the system. So here also we can think of. And then Times Qualification World Ranking. They are of the same again, citation, research seeking, international outlook, and industry income. This is most important thing actually. So consultancy, many we are not able to get good score because consultancy means we have to earn money. Without money, you cannot have it. So that consultancy you have to make it, but you have to approach the nearby industries, not very major industries, and maybe micro, so not micro, that medium enterprises you can ask. And you can be a consultant to them, particularly commerce management, they can consult to them, and they can earn some money actually, because they are called CSR, corporate social responsibility. Even you can approach the big organization, because HCL, this Wipro and Infosys, they are just wanted to have good tie-up with the institutions, and particularly they may help to the rural based institutions also. The how you are approaching the system is there. You to the corporate and social responsibility managers used to be there. You contact them with your personal tag that will yield good input to the institution also. So that way we have to make it. And I have just given here some value news ranking. You can see how they reflect the full-time eligible students and student per staff and international students, the female ratio. And based on that, they given that ranking. Like that, it will go. You can open and you can see actually. This is the old one. I'm just giving last year one. You can go and see that latest one. So this is that 2021 ranking of ASEA News ranking by Times Higher Education, National University of Singapore and all. A lot of Indian practices, so I just don't want to go into detail. And NBA, that is looking for ACDE and engineering program accreditation they are making. NAAC is making they are also accrediting nowadays engineering colleges, medical colleges, all institutions, but they make only institutional accreditation. This is the program accreditation, and then the NAAC is coming up. So here we have given, because I am also going as NAAC PhD Mumbai, we look into these 5 NAAC values. So you can link, and the summary also I may, because simply rather than while you are writing, paraphrasing, you want to link that in what way the activities which are carried out, extension activities or the academic activities, are contributing to the stakeholders in that particular locality. All those things, community development. So, and how your students are they are leading the different organization, and how you help the girl students availing the scholarship. Like that, you can have parameters. So that you can, as if you are writing a research article, you can just make it that you can keep it ready also. So contribution to national development, though how you are making it based on the NAAC parameters, and global competence among students. Nowadays, not necessarily that even you can recommend your students to opt some of the Coursera or EDX or some other MOOC courses. There are free courses are there. So some courses they may ask some $5, sorry, $5, $10. So whoever is possible, because we are having middle class students, we are having upper middle class students, we are having the lower level students. So wherever they possible, they can just make it. And here also in department, we encourage students to opt for that. And some MOOC courses are there. And that way, we can claim that you are fostering the global competence among students. And let them also give the GRE examination, ELTS, and STEP Hindu. They are really have very good program. And you can register nowadays everything mobile and internet, you can have it. So then and all you can make that these are all the global competencies we are really encouraging. Like that you can say actually. What we are teaching and we are imparting the same thing only, but there are nomenclature changes. Every time the people may change actually. You can see the education 4.0. There only one university in Dubai, you got education 4.0. Go and see what is that education 4.0. And some other things what we are making. It's not possible in our environment. So whatever possible we can make it. And the industry 4.0. What is that industry 4.0? So some of the components may be computer science or maybe management people. You can just get customize and integrate. So that way we are fostering global companies like that we can say. And of course value system we are having, it's very much inbuilt, and you can also make it actually the value system practices, the research ethics. Now this is made the publication ethics and research ethics and the copyright, plagiarism. You can have some programs and how you are imbibing to them the values and social service, and also the management practices, what kind of values you are making. So you can have a list of that, many things without much money and much pain, you can have it. So that you can integrate anyway. And technology, so ICT, not only PPT, there are multimedia interactive things, and you can see that your children might have opted a Basic course or Vedantu or some other courses. And we also have to think that manner. So that kind of the video lectures we can get prepared, and even we cannot come across a lot of YouTube amateur videos. And even my son who is in 9th standard, many times he used to visit that YouTube, and he used to access that mathematics classes. He was not satisfied with his completely satisfied with the regular teaching, and even that Vedanta and all. But in addition, the children are nowadays, they are coming forward. They want only good stuff, and if that good stuff that can get it from our own end, they'll be more happy. So we can also, there are 4 Swayam that they are emphasizing. It can be any one contributor in terms of that can make it. So then quest for excellence, of course, all those things, best practices. Nowadays you are listing all common practices, best practices. So because they are exclusive, there are 2 exclusive unique practices we can think of, and we can just make it. Not common practices. Okay, anyway, you can list or all the common practices you can list, but how you are implementing that? We can have a water storage system, or you can have this organic what that organic, this kind of practices, whatever it may be. So we can enlist, and we can just make it in terms of teaching, learning, in terms of exercise activities, in terms of campus maintenance, green audit, or the pollution audit. So all those things you can make regularly. Now you can do it that also. Some of the library practices, all those things you can make it like continuous improvement. And this is what I just all very well. I just don't want to. You can find that one for autonomous and affiliated colleges also for UG and PG like that. So all the metrics you can get understand. So these are the NAAC quality framework, curricular aspects, teaching, learning, evaluation, research, innovation, extension, and infrastructure learning sources, student support progression, governance, leadership and management, institutional values, and best practices. So the key indicators for the children one, I just given here: curriculum design and development, curriculum planning implementation, academic possibility, curriculum enrichment, feedback system, and this and all. Of course, for the autonomous universities, the curriculum design and development will come, and appear to colleges, curriculum planning and implementation. So this general aspect, the effective curriculum delivery is most important thing. Then institution initiating a wide range of program options and courses. Lot of value-added courses you can start with, not necessarily that you get integrated in your what is it called in your CGPA, and that can get printed in marks. And also in university schools and departments we are making it. Every semester we are offering one value-added course, and that value-added course we are not including in CGPA, but we'll put an ostrich, and there is also, so that when they are applying for that, they can understand. In addition, they are after these 4 courses in this 4th semester. And for colleges also, we can think of through academic council, we can implement that practice also. That will be good actually. That can be get evaluated by the local faculty themselves. And your BDC, Business Development Center, we do have through them, you can offer a lot of concurrent certificate and diploma programs. You can also propose some programs. And this Tamil Nadu ICT Academy, like this advanced training center, like that Minister of Education, they are giving actually ATS. So the skill development centers, and you can have a collaboration, you can carry out that programs with them. And also the horizontal mobility, interdisciplinary options, this is all again getting into the university, but whether that is being implemented in college level also you have to check. So we are also lateral entry. We are in our department after MBA, we are making lateral entry. Horizontal mobility, that's what the new education policy is emphasizing, from one program to other program, maybe from economics to like that also. Horizontal mobility we can make it. And involvement of stakeholders in curriculum updation is most important thing. Please try at least some of the faculty from a college, they want to take part in board of studies meeting and academic council of some other program, so that and all we can encourage, and you also have to come forward, because unless the way we approach, we may not get into consider. So we need to be there, not only the government college faculty, but also others also. Then core and elective options, that and all, you know very well. I don't want to go in detail. Blended learning. So different types of learning are there: flipped learning, experimental learning, blended learning, like that. So that and all we can try to incorporate in our classroom. This is interested with the teacher, but the principal or the HOD, they can also emphasize, because they have to give a set of guideline also. Meaning they do not know. This is what even I also told earlier. We need to keep on give the options. So just simply I am telling blended learning and flipped learning, that won't serve actually. That we have to take some examples, and that examples up to UG level, PG level, like that we have to make it, so that we can also experience into that. And the enrichment of curriculum, that employability, feedback, analysis, all those things that are there for affiliated colleges. But anyway, you are having feedback, and that feedback you can recommend. I don't know how many you are recommending to the Board of Studies or Academic Council in terms of the curriculum feedback, maybe in assessment or evaluation. And we hardly find that kind of recommendation. That and all, whether they are making it or not, you have made it, and you can, whatever possible with internal or practicals, you can have it, that you can make it. Some slight changes within the provision, within the framework. So that autonomy we are implementing, like that you can make it. So this is what then programs on climatic change, human rights, gender. When UGC itself, they given gender paper that we all Bharat University is having. Category 2, there are 7 key indicators: student enrollment profile, catering, student diversity. So diversity not only the international, but the other state students, and you can also have the student from agrarian community, a student from the skilled labor community, student from the elite, student from the officers. So that way you can have the student diversity, and women and girls. There may be some senior people people also. So that now we can make PhD, then we can show part time. So they are all our students. They are working as managers. They are working as business people. They are working as teachers. So that's what the student diversity can highlight and can show. And teaching learning process, of course, that is more important. One can get more marks in that, as already mentioned. Teacher profile and quality. University and all those things, their salary and the workload, the assignments, everything, and then the paper publication, all those things you know very well. Evaluation process and reforms, normally in this pertaining to university mainly, but in our internal assessment, you might have make some online assignment or MCQ. There are a lot of open source tools are there, so you can train them on UGC net pattern or CSR pattern, some MCQ examination, what you conducted, every unit once it is over, I conducted MCQ, like that you can say. This is all you can call this reform actually. Based on that, you are giving marks to them like that. And field work, assignments submitted by many things you can make it. Student performance and learning outcome. So how you are, that learning outcome, that you are mapping. So that also one has to make actually. Then SS student satisfaction survey, they do it on their own. You have to educate the students, that's all. You have to communicate to them. Teaching, learning, and evaluation. This is participative, interactive, instructional techniques, internal mechanism, the admission process, all those things. Diversity, already told, and the collaborative, independent learning. So that area we can emphasize. The technology already told. Generic competitions. It's not that student only is getting mark and is going with banking or accountancy, going with basics of physics or chemistry. So all other communication, soft skills, use of computers, drafting. So like that, many skills also, maybe cleanliness, hygienic awareness, health awareness, choosing of a good food habit. This and all. I am just remembering in my student days in university, I used to go with folded hands, means my shirt, full shirt, and they really, my teacher, no, you have to get in, tuck in பண்ணி தான் வரணும். அதே மாதிரி நீங்க full cup sleeves போட்டுக்கணும். Even he used to advise me, நீ வந்து உன்னுடைய முஸ்டாக் வந்து லிப் லைன் தெரியுற மாதிரி இருக்கும். ஸோ அது மாதிரி ஷேப் பண்ண போனால் திட்டுவாரு. அது மாதிரி இருந்தாங்க. That and all the generic competition we have to make it. That will really make an impress the look. Aprom faculty development recharge programs, learning outcomes and appropriate evaluation. So criterion 3, there are 7, and the collaboration, that research, you can have a collaboration, conducting seminars, programs with neighboring colleges and neighboring institutions. Definitely you can enlist that collaborative program with other local amateur associations, professional associations. Not necessarily you want to get good amount, but you are having some support from them. And extension activities, really the colleges should care for all these ingredients. Collaboration, extension, they can definitely make it. And of course, innovation also, if you try, you can have it. A lot of startup initiatives are there. You can visit the Startup India portal and you can see that. And these two and this one, and publication, please try to enhance, because they may not compare with very large college and autonomous colleges and also the universities, but that publications that can get compensated from awards, state level awards, some national level awards, that you can try to get from your own field also. Some international awards also you can try to get. So only you have to send a proposal, and innovation ecosystem here also you can how the management is really enabling innovation ecosystem for research, giving seed money and encouraging for seminar participation, giving best researcher award. So these kind of things you can just make it. And that's what facilities, library and computer facilities, only that much the rural colleges they can have. So there were some good colleges, even this I also have come across from some Karur government hospital. They are very good laboratory facilities. AVC Miradurai, and many colleges they may have some equipments. The faculty they got from their project and all, DVT, DSC, like that. That kind of attitude have to inculcated among the faculty members, whether they are permanent faculty or the semi-permanent faculty. There is different issue. They can always approach different funding agencies and they have to make it. So here capacity building of teachers, the same thing. So mobilization. attracting research of evidence. Maybe these are all most of things applicable to the universities, large institutions. Collaboration, we can make it not necessarily that we can have a MOE with the university department or university library, and that facilities are being used. Some remote we are giving access to you, and that way you can have the department we can think. So the Computer Society of India, like that many local societies are there. You can have, you can also some lab is there. You can approach neighboring industries also for internship. Here, Banana Research Center is there. You can have some activities, and this National Institute of Food Technology that is there. Earlier it was in the paddy planning research. அங்க பாத்தீங்கன்னா அந்த மயிலாடுதுறை பக்கத்துல ஒரு ரைஸ் ரிசர்ச் இன்ஸ்டியூட் இருக்கு, ஒரு அக்வாகல்ச்சர் இருக்கு, நிறைய பண்றாங்க. ஸோ அவங்க கூட எல்லாம் போய் we can have some collaboration for the student internship training or inviting them to giving the practical exposure to the students. So like that, you have to find what are the nearby organizations, what way you can make it like that. And the databases, Scopus, please, who are all really starting their research, whoever is completed this material, try to find at least good journals from Scopus. You see, check how many years continuity also you have to see, because some journals may be there for 3 years, they again they get withdrawn. So you have to spend some time on it actually, and definitely you can get publish the papers. Not like science people and social science people. At least if you can one per year one paper if you publish, you make your research scholar part time or full time, or maybe to work and to hard nut they have to break and they have to make it. So that is really enabled. That is my humble suggestion. You can think of when you are completing your career, at least you should have some 10 to 20 papers in Scopus Index that will be ever remain into that database. So the pain what your scholar and yourself you are going to take. And ISR is also again the institution IKC has to take care how much that ISR you are making. And sensory schools and social issues. Between 4 physical facilities, maintenance and all. What I suggest, the full scoring the institution have to try to get from this actually. So the librarian has to do a lot of work and really has to make it and compare other colleges and what are the documents they have submitted. A lot of remote services and web-based services, online services librarian can give. So he has to work on it. And library ambience, outlook, with a small library, you should have very clean, neat, and you can approach some alumni also, get some very good color and attractive furnitures and the clean ambience and display of the different information. Keep on changing that notices and all those things. So once people enter, they will have a pleasant reading environment. You can really make it, and you can try hard, and you can get some AC also. At least one room you can have air conditioned reading facility for research scholars or whatever you can have it. And IT infrastructure, of course, now the
Keywords.
nation level recognized authorized programs. Simply local participation they are not encouraging, and best paper awards from the national conferences, international conferences by your students, and the various other activities. So that state level and cultural or the sports or any other participation, there's be of recognized body. This is what they are asking. And the progress of student from UG to PG, PG to research or the employment. So what are the different supports in addition to the government scholarships we are making? So that is a matter actually. The rich institution, they may give the stipend also to the high performance, but the colleges like you, sometimes it is not possible, but there may be some provisions we can keep up getting some alumni funds, and the top scorer, we can give some incentive. So that kind of student support also. Of course, all the basic facilities extended to the students that automatically can score mark in that, no problem. Mentoring. So every teacher should be a mentor for a set of students, that you have to have a systematic records, remedial coaching, counseling, that also you have to make counseling, they are very much concerned. And counseling, nothing but you can call, you can just have an interaction, you can record it in the diary, and with your sign you can submit the song. And social issues, career guidance, that must be there. So once in a semester, individually or collectively, you can have that career guidance and awareness program, placement activities. There is also another very lacking actually. We need to get good score on that. These are all some of the items. So 6, institutional visual mentorship, IKS is the most important thing. So by having a systematic IKS, full mock, that qualitative 4 you have to get, and from quantitative also you have to get like that. And then resource mobilization, at least some, not in a big way, every year some amount which you have generated from the college activities or from the entrepreneurs or through corporate social responsibility. Of course, this is quite common. The professor course, orientation course, seminars, workshops, and then their representation in board of studies, academic councils, various college council, and strategy development employment. These are all here also a good mark the institution can get if they are really working on it. Vision and mission statement, championing organization change, leadership development, analysis of student feedback. This is a very important area. So what you have done? Normally we collect only 3 years or 4 years or at the time of NAAC. Regularly make it the analysis you have to make. Possibly you can upload in the analysis also. Or you can keep it with some graphs and that. When they are coming, you can show actually every semester wise, program wise, course wise analysis of feedback from the student. Performance of the sub teachers and professional development of faculty already told. Okay. So the key indicators, institutional values and social responsibilities, best practices, and institutional distinctiveness. Actually, sometimes they used to see how we can. Every institution cannot be distinct. Actually, the commonality is the nature. But anyway, we also represent that. But please find something maybe distinctive in that region in terms of land, or we attended on board of management meeting at MS University. They are energy sufficient. They know how one this MBPS solar, and through that they satisfied themselves all the energy requirement. 30% they are transferring to the Tamil Nadu Electricity Board, and also the water table is very good there. And oh, okay, internet problem, huh? And then why? So, madam, PPT is not visible. Am I audible? We need network problem. Madam, I am audible.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
PPT
Audible,
was not
sir.
coming like that. They are saying the PPT is visible, ma'am.
Sir, it is. You are audible, but there is a sound disturbance, sir. Fan, I think so. And your PPT is not visible, sir.
Now it is visible, madam, PPT?
No, sir.
No. No, it is not visible.
Yes, sir, it is not visible.
Just a minute, now I'll check it up. Again, I'll go out and I'll come back. Why? How it is dropping like that? How long, madam? Quite long or only?
No, just 5 minutes.
Okay. இப்ப தெரியுதா மேடம்? மேடம்?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, yes.
Okay, okay.
Now it is visible.
Okay, okay. எங்க வந்து இதாச்சு சிட்ரியன் செவன்லயா?
Fifth criteria, sir.
சிட்ரியன்? சோஃபியா மேடம்?
Fifth criteria, sir.
Sir, at fifth criteria, it seems.
Okay, okay, okay. So, yeah, I'll start from here again once again. Sorry. Okay, தெரியுதா மேடம்?
Okay,
Okay,
sir.
okay.
Okay.
Okay. So, I don't know. இது எல்லாமே உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். நான் ரொம்ப டீடைலா போகறேன். Anyway, that I'm having that questions how we have to answer like that is that. So it will take another 20 minutes. அடுத்த செஷன் எப்ப மேடம்? மாமா, oh, I'll take 5 more minutes also. Okay, ma'am. Okay. Anyway, I'll run through that. Yeah. So this.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Student support, whatever support which you are formally, informally you are offering, you have to make it, record it, and you also made a mention in that SSR report also. Rather than just simply giving, many times I used to come across they write some paraphrase and complete unnecessary description and also whatever the support factually we are giving, we can make it. Not necessary to make a very good descriptive statement into that. And then student progression, that definitely we have the records based on the quantitative and qualitative. We will also see accordingly you have to prepare the SSR also. And because quantitative always you have to upload the records and documents. So before you upload, please keep it up. Sometimes many DVV queries are coming, and that we have to be very much careful. Actually, we have to try to get as much as less number of DVV verifications, because they also may not sometimes understood the context in which we are communicating. But when we are responding to them, definitely they are understanding, they are changing, and they are convincing also. That way you have to make it the supporting uploading of the document, because more than 3 out of 4 belong to DVV. And the alumni engagement, so that is we are very lacking. Actually, we need to make use of that alumni strength, and we have to get involved. Any kind of help from them, that has to be properly recorded, and you should have the evidence also. And that way, the alumni meeting, registration of the alumni, the funding maintained by the alumni association. If you have department alumni, or altogether you can have a college alumni also. Department alumni level, that also you can supply to the data to the IKCR. So in that way also you got to make a student participation. So already mentioned that state level, national level, international level, authorized sports events, maybe Sports Authority of India, or maybe UGC sponsored programs, or AAU sponsored programs, or any funding agency sponsored programs, like that only they are considering actually. And the cultural programs also, between the universities and between the intercollegiate conducted by the university, like that, state level, national level, regional level, you have to make it. So professional, mature, amateur, and the government bodies conducted programs only they are giving marks. So we have to be very much concerned on that. And the same thing what I told here, particularly the coaching, this remedial coaching, counseling service is most important. Every teacher should be a mentor for a group of students, and that need to be recorded. Every month they're meeting, formally or informally, you can have it. And whatever something you find, you can record it. The diaries have to maintain, and that should be made available, so that the student mentoring and how we are taking care of the students, particularly for the girl students, the counseling on their health aspects. So these are all some of the things you have to really make it. And particularly the COVID time, we invited the doctors from Siddha and all they were all given some lectures and testing of the students also we made it. And that way, through NSS or some other organization, how you are supporting the student for facing their other social and personal issues also, it's a matter. And then participation and their progress, all those things already we discussed. I quickly run through that. And this area where the colleges can get good marks, and really there are possibilities are there. Of course, in terms of financial resource mobilization, some limitation, but through that also through CSR, corporate social responsibility, can get it, and through this one also you can have it actually. Through alumni students or some consultancy services, I already told. So we automatically think and you have to start with actually. Money may be less, but unless otherwise money is there, they are not considering that aspect. Then IKS, you have to get good score, complete score, both in terms of this, what is the called qualitative NAAC PAT visit, and also through quantitative aspect. Then faculty empowerment strategies, of course, through college, through university, participating in UGC and other programs, and placing them in different councils of the administration, academic councils of college, as well as you have to encourage the faculty to get participate in the university level programs also. For example, I conducted that this examination. In that, we have invited college faculty also to act as a proctors and also that and all also matter actually. But there is not an exclusive they want only their participation in board of studies, academic council, research councils, DRC meeting and all those things. And then strategy development and deployment, that is again a very complex area. You have to understand, you have to make it like that. You can get good marks also in that. And leadership and institution vision, that and all obviously we see if the things are impromptu, the good highest mark will be given to that. The scale of change, management people maybe know, organizational structure, the decentralization, and all those things, interesting of powers, and this and all some documents you have to make it. So long-term and short-term planning. So this also quantitative aspects. Changes what you are making. Student feedback analysis, that's what I also already told. So every semester for every program and every course, that what feedback and whether it is implemented, the graphic of the person and all that feedback and all is very much important. In performance appraisal of teachers, normally we are not carrying out, but that also the systematic, only the next promotion comes that one format they give, we are making it. But there should be a standard format you can have that you can implement local level also. Every year, maybe those who make a presentation of paper and publication and some extension activities, coordinating students for internship and all those things you can make it. And of course, faculty development and all those. This is that institutional values and social. Here also you can get maximum marks. That's what the college management IKS have to give. Best practices, you please to only two they are asking, and but of course you can list, but you stick to that the high potential, energy, green audit or energy audit or organic practices or whatever may be the environmental contribution from your college and all the stakeholders and the community development, which is unique. So like that, all those things you can make it actually. Okay. And that's what I have given here. Carbon neutrality, plantations, and organic gardening, as well as e-waste management. So in that area, we have to develop actually. So we can also collaborate with some the government or the industrial organization. What are the products they are making? What are possible? We can just make it also. So here I just made it for autonomous colleges, quantitative metrics and qualitative metrics, and criterions also. You can see that. So what are all the qualitative metrics? Anyway, qualitative metrics, Sir from Anna University is going to deliver, and the quantitative metrics also you can see that 129 over every area. So how many metrics are there? So you have to concentrate each and every metrics. And this is for student support and governance, leadership management, best practices, weightages, key indicators for colleges and universities. So qualitative metrics, the curricula developed and implemented have relevance to the local needs, regional needs, that you have to write, reflected PSO, PO, and the course outcome also. Every paper it should be there for autonomous colleges. And for the university syllabus also, you have to make it like that. We are not implemented so far. Anyway, departmental we are making it. So when we upload, all those things should be there. And the file description, any additional information, link for additional information you can give actually. Find out where they are given. So like that, percentage of programs, syllabus revision carried out last 5 years. And then we have to give like that. So number of programs revised, they are given a formula also. How would the institution do last 5 years? The minutes of the academic council board of India, any additional information that is very much necessary actually. Template they are giving, that based on the template you have to make it. All programs offered by institution in the last 5 years. Quantitative, this is teaching, learning, evaluation. So 2.2, you can see that institution assess learning levels of the students. 500 words description we have to write, and that write-up itself should be very fact-oriented, and the language and some of the important aspects which is to be unique. When you are reading itself, we will come across, and when we are coming, we'll make a presentation and all. So particularly for DVV, you have to be very much careful for quantitative indicators. At least qualitative indicators, sometimes when they come under, many times we felt that is better than what they mentioned in SSR. So accordingly, we may make it actually, but we have to compare with the SSR also. But our quantitative, you have to be very much careful. And this is quantitative indicator again. Ratio of students, number of mentors already told. Teachers assigned to mentor, each mentor-mentee formula. Then you have to upload that file. Number of students enrolled full time. Circulars pertaining to assigning norms to mentors-mentee ratio. Average percentage of full-time teachers against sanction process during the last 5 years. This and all the IKC have to take care before they upload. And I'll quickly go through that. So you can see that any delayed PhD for colleges, you can have it. And any daily DST also for universities we have given that numbers and all. Number of full-time teachers with PhD, total number of full-time teachers, that formula also. So you have to try to get as much as possible score. Nowadays PhD is not a big issue. So for that they are giving 20 weightage. And then pass percentage of students. Really we can get good score into that, because normally our state universities and colleges when compared to engineering or other institutes, law and medicine. So program code, number of program, the template is there. According to the template, the IKC will take care. And the student satisfaction survey. So this you have to give all the details properly, and based on that they will communicate and brief students also. So their feedback, and that student also that what you are giving, that 10% it should be of completely diversified your students satisfaction survey, not from a single group. And then you can see promotion of research facilities, resource relation, consultancy, all those things are given here. You can see for research, the qualitative metrics, description of words, research facilities. I told you what are the basic facilities in terms of library, ICT, internet, computers, and lab facilities for chemistry and physics, biology, and all instruments what you are having, and any statistics software which you are really having it your website. All those things, both physical as well as ICT enabled resource also you have to make it. Commerce browser power. You சொல்லல நீங்க கிளாஸ்ல கர்மு சொல்றாருன்னு. Sorry, grant distributed government and non-government agencies. That is for the resource of quantitative metrics. Again, I told you, project endowment. This endowment and all you can create actually. There is also a matter, and definitely you have to approach and you have to get some funds from local business firms or from your alumni. This is criterion 4, how it is for both autonomous, affiliated, and This college I have given here. Some changes you can have it for library for qualitative metrics. So ILMS the last 5 years and file this also you have to be involved in software, any software open source or the subscription based software, the 5 weightage fully you have to get it. And then quantitative, so you can give as much as possible 5 and above you can get full mark actually. So ebooks definitely you may have, and you can become a Shodhganga membership through that enlist and sorry that e-journals and e-source in the Shodhganga membership that is applicable to only the universities, but they have made it here. And then any databases which you have remote access to e-resources. Okay. And this student support and progression. Again, you can see that what they're asking: quantitative metrics, scholarships, fellowships, normal scholarships, all those data had to be in prompt as per the data template. And qualitative metrics here for active student council, representative of students in various bodies, and within 500 characters you have to make it, at least not in all, at least wherever is possible. Cultural committee like that you can make the student participation also. The governance and leadership again I have given here for the 100 mark. And qualitative metrics, quantitative metrics, the effective leadership is reflected in various institutional practices such as decentralization and participation. Already we discussed it. So this is qualitative only, so you can get good marks from the team. And this is also qualitative metrics only. Again, the SSR you can, whatever the information you can highlight within 500 marks, and of course you can upload additional information that also they will see before they visit the NAAC, the PAT members. And the quantitative metrics again grants, okay, whatever is there only it is possible. And also percentage of teachers is also whatever the institutions are providing, that only will applicable for the date weightage they given here. Institutional here also you can get already mentioned, you can get good scope and values and social responsibilities, gender equity, all those things are there actually. Definitely you can get many, we are also giving like that. And here you have to see that the quantitative metrics, solar energy, biogas plants, solid waste management, this and all you have to give, so that you can make it. And then institutional situatedness, the locality that normally you can students and the employees of the institution and sensitization. So all qualitative metrics you can get good score in that, no problem. And quantitative metrics under the 7th criterion: built environment with ramp, disabled, family friendly, signage, all this here you can put all, not any 4, all above the above you can use it. It is possible for each and every institution. And then extension activities, neighborhood community, that some answers what they've given here. It is not exclusively, so you have to give exactly whatever the extension activities you have made through NSS or NCC or other committees, and the awareness rallies or many things whatever may be there, you have to make it. And then gender equity programs, last 5 years you might have awareness or you conducted both, not only with girls and the boys also, because they have to respect the other gender. So what kind of initiatives you make it for gender equity promotion programs. Then this degradable, non-degradable wastage, water conservation facilities available in the institution, code of conduct, students, teachers, administrators, these are all you can have it actually. These are all very routine, and we can beautifully write actually. There is no any clear cut these kind of things. Based on the issue they will make it qualitative only. So all are qualitative. So we can get good. This also best practice also we have to write. This is not the best practice. They just simply mention it. So it should not be like that. See, you have to highlight and you have to make it actually. The clean, if you are giving something, and that evidence also you have to show in their country. One area of distinctiveness. So this is what I already told you. So that please see that it should be of distinct. at least up to some extent. Okay, so that's what, because other already I out of time. So here I've given him some basic information which I've copied from the NAAC portal. So the attachment, how it was given, the template also I given for some samples that you can make use for your anyway PPT I'm sharing. And this all NAAC accreditation outcome. Basic information. Nothing is revised. What are the differences? Already Punbi also might have told the revised process and current process. So you can have a glance throughout the year. Earlier it was also throughout the year. System enabled selection of peer team and site visit. Penalty provision for institutes submitting fraudulent data information. Data verification validation by external agency. And what is the input, process and output, and benefits. So thank you very much for patient listening. And one or two clarification if you can, time permits. Otherwise we can wind up. Thank you, Principal and Sophia Madam for giving an opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your reflective knowledge with us.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Participants,
So any one or two clarification you can ask. Otherwise, Raymond sir is waiting. So he will start the next session.
participant side, anyone of you interested to ask question or to clarify your doubt?
If you want anything, you can mail me also through the college or directly.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you very much, sir, for your nice presentation.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon to all. I am very happy to introduce Dr. S. Alfred Cecil Raj, Associate Professor of Physics, Controller of Examinations, St. Joseph's College, Trichy.
He has held many third-level posts approved for his administrative acumen.
At present, he is acting as the Controller of Examinations. He is the Accreditation Ambassador for a March scheme. He was the NIRF Nodal Officer in 2017, 18 and 2019. He was the Dean cum Member Secretary IPAC during the 4th cycle NAAC 2012 to 2019. He was the Dean Faculty of Sciences during the period 2007 to 2010. He had acted as Additional Chief Superintendent, Company Secretaryship, India, Trichy Chapter 2002-2003. He has shared his expertise in so many institutions. He has offered consultancy to 37 colleges regarding OIAF for data validation. And he has rendered his support to 4 colleges in SSR preparation. He was the external peer team member to review the autonomous status for PhD College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore in 2016. He has offered his expertise to Indian Institute of Space, Science and Technology, Trivandrum, in preparation of self-study report in 2011. He was the external expert for the pre-NAAC academic audit at Anne Velamani College, Thorayavattam in 2016, KSR College of Arts and Science, Tiruchengodu 2016, Scots Christian College, Nagarkoil in 2014, and PSG College of Arts and Science College, Coimbatore 2013, and INR Janaki Amal College, Sivakasi in 2016. His area of specialization is crystal growth and phonon physics. He has published 53 research articles in reputed journals, H index 5, citation index 70. He has produced 6 PhD scholars and 4 scholars are pursuing PhD at present. He has also produced 40 MPhil scholars. In addition, he has offered technical expertise in various UGC-sponsored workshops. He has organized quite a number of colloquia, conferences, workshops, and seminars. He was the resource person for the in-service training to the secondary grade science teachers of Tiruchirappalli district, funded by TNSCST. In 2009, he was the resource person for the 3-day workshop for PG physics teachers, funded by TNSCST. He was the proud recipient of Dr. Sebastian Anand Best Teacher Award in 2015. He has also received Dr. R. Srinivasamurthy Cash Award for the best research publications. He has also received the College Management Cash Award in 2015. Indeed, we are lucky enough to listen to a scholar like him. Hearty welcome you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Am I audible? Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, learned colleagues. It gives me a great pleasure to share some of the insights and nitty-gritties in SSR submission for the assessment and accreditation by NAAC. I hope it is visible to everyone.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So I shall continue. Preparation and submission of self-study report is the most important part of assessment and accreditation process of NAAC. This is based on the basic principle of quality assurance system and focused self-improvement of an higher education institution. So the revised accreditation framework manual's expectation is to extract adequate, accurate, and evidence-based facts and figures on various aspects of policies of higher education institution, quality consciousness towards reaching out its stakeholders, sustainable practices, etc., through 7 criteria since its inception. So the title of my talk is on strategies towards documenting the institutional data and perspectives of the DVV teams. So it's a twofold discussion, but within the short span of time, whatever is possible, I'll try to explain. So documentation is an important exercise. Every one of us are familiar from young age, such as keeping our mark statements, friends' phone numbers, and house addresses in a diary, etc., or land documents or tax receipts, etc. But when it comes to a question of documenting the evidences for assessment and accreditation process, NAAC has made a lot of changes from cycle 1 to cycle 4. Those colleges have undergone such cycles over a period of 20 years. They have gone in different modes, different forms of documenting the things, what they have done so far. Therefore, keeping them in mind, people are able to record them in a suitable way, especially to refer it in for the future. So NAAC requires currently a different style of documenting things. So they talk about data. So the data is a raw information about something, so which can be described quantitatively or qualitatively, but which is not going to support anything unless data is documented with supportive evidences. So the first part of my talk on strategies towards documentation is the overview of documentation, why, what, and how a database can be created not only for application of NAAC, but for any purpose by the institution when they go for profile submission of data of the higher education institutions. Therefore, creation of database is a must based on the ICT infusion for the last 10 years. Therefore, either the management must have a management information system to pool the data and then properly report them into a required format. The other part of my presentation towards documentation, how you can structurize the data and how you can name the files and how you can create version control and so on. So this is the first part of the documentation process. So as you know, the data is simply a raw information which has to be collated from different sectors. So when you collate it, classify them appropriately, you will get the facts and figures. So if the data is quantified, you will get facts. NAAC expects from higher education institutions the two types of matrices under each criterion, the QNMs, which seek quantifiable figure of data, namely the raw data or recalculated data into ratios or percentage, or to be expressed in certain formula form. Thereby, there are 4 types of versions in collating the data for a quantitative methods, while the QLM is based on the descriptive responses of the higher education. Therefore, the two important part of what for the documentation is essential is very clear from the approach followed by the NAAC currently. What for? The data collection is very important in submitting SSR. Hence, an institution can claim that it is A++ or any rank or with the CGPA, etc. Therefore, data collection and creating supportive documents are two important vital components which will support the submission process of SSR. Therefore, the creation of data cannot be done all on a sudden, or it cannot be done randomly, but it must be planned well ahead of time before start collecting the data. Therefore, a planning should start before data collection, and what for the data is, how far the data is important, and why such data is important must be known to every one of the faculty members, students, and non-teaching faculty members in the institution. Therefore, the clarity of thought in pooling the data, namely planning the collection procedure, must be known to everybody. So unless the process is understood, data becomes a useless information for the institution to score mark. So SSR can be submitted within a short span of time. Maybe we submitted in 4 days time, but the NAAC has given 30 days plus additional 15 days for submission of SSR. But one can plan well ahead of time based on the methodology with which the NAAC expects to submit the data. So once the planning is done, inform to everybody how the data is to be submitted to IQAC, then it will be helpful for the future of the institution to get the information from each and every corner. So from every quarter, every corner, you can get data, namely from student side or faculty side or non-teaching side. We will get all sorts of information, provided the compiler, the author who compiles every data, namely the IQAC coordinator and the faculty members who are running this show of submission, should aware of how to compile the data. So it is simply an investing a proper time and proper methodology with which the process could be understood thoroughly. So we should not produce a false data and interpret the data to be a proper data, because nowadays the SOP is very clear. So pooling the data is supposed to be based on the SOP, standard operating procedure, given by the NAAC. So in 17-18, the SOP was not so standard and pakka, but presently the standard operating procedure for documenting the data for every metric is very clear. So SOP is only meant for QNM, Quantitative Metrics. Therefore, once you know the procedure, it leads to properly upload the data to NAAC in a very short span of time. Therefore, you can create a model for the future. So, how one can create a structure, an internal quality assurance system in a given institution based on proper understanding, based on certain ICT integrated way of approaching the collection procedure. So using a management information software system, or developing a data management system, you can collect the data, or you can do it offline, do it in offline mode also, by simply sending the templates which are supplied by NAAC. But to carry out this documentation process exclusively for SSR preparation, to my understanding, there are 10 tasks: data SSR entry, data collection, consolidated report generation, QNM data verification, uploading data into data template, scanning documents and generating PDF and tagging, link support documents in college website, audiovisual content preparation, college-wise website improvement, qualitative metric consolidations and write-up based on the data collected across the period of the assessment, then conducting mock survey, and also the evaluative report of the department preparation. So these 10 tasks cannot be done one after another, but it must be an integrated way of looking at the whole exercise. So the major task for doing this business is a integrated approach, and preparation of the complete SSR is possible when QNM is complete and appropriated evidences are collected so that a QLM report can be generated without any flaw. When a peer team members come and visit for their tangibility of the data, we should not put into task if we are not providing a proper document. Therefore, the whole exercise must be looked into different aspects like 10 tasks, and everything are interrelated. You cannot exclude one from the other. So I can take this whole exercise as an activity of 3 component: pre-submission, during submission, and post-submission activity. Unless you have synergy in terms of communication, encouragement, feedback, goals, and achievements, the activity cannot run with ease. So, at different levels, people should be aware of certain facts and figures, how to support IQAC in documenting. So, though I have written some 12 points, maybe in different areas, people may be talking about this. I look at the problem into 3 levels: institutional level support in preparing the evidences, staff level support in preparing the evidences, and also student level preparation. So unless these things come together and data is pooled in a proper way, documentation is a big question mark. So creation of a database is a very important task based on the support rendered by the management, rendered by the faculty, and also rendered by the student community. Because there is no limit to human endurance, no limit to human achievements, and no limit to human imagination, excepting the limit we put on our mind oneself. So unless we say my best day is yet to come, maybe this day is my best day, we support them and get back them as a return, how we have contributed to the faculty, to the students, to the institution, we'll get back, and that day will be a best day for me. So with that background information, the data creation can be thought about. So data creation is expected by NAAC in terms of Excel templates. So creation of database is through Excel template mode. So many institutions, they will be sending this template to the department to collect the data. But there are plenty of issues unless and until it is mentioned to the department, they pull the data and overlap the data in different cells, and finally the collator, namely the IQAC team, who will be collating the data from different departments, will find it difficult. So a plan of before sending this Excel template to the departments, a plan and execution should be informed thoroughly to the people who will be working for this from department. So the Excel sheet has got a lot of issues when you take it from different departments. Therefore, addressing them appropriately with examples will alone solve the problem at the end. So planning is very important. So there are possibilities like creating a data management software, and that could be based on your structured database. So you will be collecting the data from variety of fashions from different formats, namely they can be in the PDF form, PDF or docs or images, videos, geotagging, etc. All of them are to be collected, pulled from different quarters, and they must be named properly in the database. So in a good structured database will support the software in terms of criterion, metric questions, key indicators, and answers. So your database for creating your document for all your QA nums based on only these four aspects. So I may have a database creations in terms of 7 criterion. So all the criterion you are familiar with. So each one has got certain criterion IDs and their corresponding descriptions. So I call them as the tables by which a database management can be created. Second point is in terms of the key indicator. That's what I have mentioned, key indicator. Criterion, key indicator, metric questions and metric answers. So for each key indicator corresponding to a criterion, what are the key indicator descriptions are outlined? The same slides which was shown by the previous speaker, the controller of university, explained in a different style which is present in the manual. So it is rewritten in a different style for preparing a database. So like this, one can create the key indicator table. Now the metric questions and answers are pulled here as another table name, wherein for every key indicator question, what is the basic description, what is the indicator ID, what type of metric it is, whether it has got a multiple entry or choice choosing type or multiple row type, answers, all these things can be mapped as a database. So it is one way of looking at the data to be received from the departments. So a database creation is possible like this. So database management software, third-party softwares are available right now, and people are giving with less price and all. But very important point is a software is not going to support the evidences unless and until the faculty members provide their information. The whole exercise will become waste. Software may be available, but information, unless and until the information comes through the software, pulling the data will be a problem. So faculty should be motivated by the management and the IQAC team so that the required information reaches the IQAC for preparation of SSR. So the in parts are Matrix, outsourcing third-party tools are very good, and you have to customize it according to your institution. If the number of faculty members and number of departments are huge in number, just for 5 departments or 1,000 students, some 100 faculty or 50 faculty, that may not be needed, but you can create your own structure. So by all means, in future, every higher education institution needs to have its own data management software, because all the communications from various governmental sources, central government or state governmental sources, they ask us to submit the data within few days. Unless it is numerically available as a soft copy, it is very difficult to pull the data from different quarters. Therefore, creation of data management software is very important. So it is definitely going to support in creating report for the institution, not only for NAAC purpose, but for different external agencies where our data is to be pulled. We have to submit it in a very short span of time. Therefore, once the data is available, you can organize according to your requirement in a proper structure. So with that in mind, keeping that in mind, as a quality initiative of St. Joseph's College, we have created our own data management software, wherein we exclusively carried out this task, creating a form design for data collection from different units, departments, as well as different units, by pooling the data from departments and subunits and different types of questions, and the faculty members, the micro quality circle members will be provided with their password. They can log in and upload the data. But what was the failure? What was the success of this is a new initiative by St. Joseph's College, and partially it has supported us because data will be given by the faculty members, supported by the micro quality members to feed it in this software, management software prepared by us. But proper pooling of data by different members is not appropriate to the required value for required data for SOP of NAAC. Therefore, it is partially it has supported because knowing the intricacies of collection of data is very, very important. So we have to disseminate the knowledge. Knowledge transfer is very important to the micro quality members so that proper data will come. Another thing, the management or the faculty members should not have an idea that data, whatever I want to give, I'll simply throw it in this data bank. Whatever they want to take, let them take, should not be the habit. It should be proper and supportive evidences based on the requirement. Therefore, a culture must be developed through the internal quality assurance system created by the institution. So like that, we have a data management software system planned and executed, and we were able to collect across 7 years for us. And unfortunately, the first year 12-13 and the last year 18-19 was not included for our thing, but we were able to pull the data, but partially it is successful. And all the quality initiatives need not be at the first version itself successful. We can improve upon it for the future. So like that, this software we have created, and every institution who are running the computer science department or IT department, where the professors can come together and prepare this kind of software for pulling the data. So these are some of the snapshots by which you can understand how the data management software one can prepare, which becomes a quality initiative of your institution, which may be unique for your own institution. You can use any language, any thing, but it will become a unique feature of your quality initiative and a unique feature of your higher education institution. So we tried that and partially we succeeded. So these are all some of the snapshots with which we have created. So once the data is pooled in a proper way, a report can be generated and exported to the Excel form like this. So these are the basic things. Any question, ma'am? Any question, please? Shall I continue? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So like this, your exact 1.112 data, you have to pull it like this in your Excel sheet or template supplied by the NAAC. But there are other ways also to look at the problem, in which we simply followed the directory structure because, as I said, in the first attempt, there were issues. Therefore, whatever I have mentioned in the last few slides, I put it in different form with the directory structure where the data will be pooled with criterion wise, and certain things will be referred to DVV, data validation and verification part. This will be based on the criterion Excel sheets. Certain things called upload files, which are evidences. Certain things called website content, which are bulk in nature, only the links will be sent to the NAAC website for our institution, because a very specific 5 GB alone is provided for us. So this kind of data structure one can create. So while you name the files and version control, whatever the data template mentioned in the directories describing the metadata, namely directory of data describing the data, you can have this kind of syntax. It's only a suggestive syntax. You can have your own metric ID and also the type of category like QNM or QLM, or for definitely for QNM, you have to propose the year and also document description. So as you know, currently the AQAR has to be submitted similar to this pattern. It would be better to keep all these things also year-wise for QNM and QLM. And very well we know that data will not be reaching the IQAC or the documentation center on time, and also keeping the data in a full-fledged way, confidentially and securely, keeping that with these two ideas, maybe for every week you can have a backup and call it as a version 1, version 2 using a date of the backup condition, so that you will not be losing any data while you prepare the final version of AQAR or SSR. So whatever I have mentioned will be mentioned like this. One is on IAQA and extended profile, which is almost similar to every year. Every year you will be having this institutional profile and the extended profile, data templates and upload files. So only these things are essential currently, and you can follow it for every year. So overall documentation can be created in the file structure. These file structures will have a data templates which will be based on certain criterion, 7 criterion. So these data templates will be pulled, as I said earlier, in this pattern. For every criterion you have these 3, and every one will have these kinds of patterns for creating evidences. Thereby, this data template will be coming under this case, and different criterion data will be coming within that. So everything will be as a subdirectory. So like that, upload files, extended profile, QLM and QNM can be broken, and you can create a file structure. So this is called your data management. So if we fail in one case, we'll be able to manage it with other methodology. That's what expected from NAAC, to take up this issue appropriately, to upload it in the AQAR or SSR pattern. So I hope you can understand without much difficulty how we have pulled the data in different criterion, different years, so that QNM part will be over in terms of 4 folders. So all these are step-by-step ideas with reference to criterion. So if you remember this structure, this is your direct structure and file tagging files, other things, then it will be easy for running for the next part, namely criterion 1, criterion 2, etc. So up to this is the methodology one can easily carry out with the support of some technical faculty members and guided by some computer science faculty who are familiar with this DBMS, RDBMS or anything, and you can carry out this task. The second aspect of my talk is on the perspectives of data verification and validation. There are 2 things important here: DVV basic expectations and certain cross validation of matrices. So during 2018-19, there were only 5 data validation verification team members. With them, institutions' data were verified, and it was very methodical, and it was within 3 months' time the peer team visit has been carried out. But currently, I came to know that there were some 15 to 20 DVVs are available, and each criterion of a college is given to different DVV groups. Therefore, each group has got its own method of evaluating, thereby the individual DVV cannot be accessed by the institution. So secrecy is maintained. And also there is a standard procedure for their expectations. NAAC has created certain procedures, and that has been outlined in the manual. So you need not worry about it. Everything is available in the manual. So once you submit your data through data entry portal, you will get the reply like this from the DVV mail. And then if there are queries, you will get certain queries, and it must be solved for the IAQA. Once the IAQA is over, we are allowed to submit the SSR. That was an older period, namely before 19. But since AQAR has to be submitted similar to this for every year, maybe, this is my understanding, maybe all the QNMs, it will be pooled at the end of the assessment period, and it will be sent back to the institution. That is my understanding. So data is one part, validation is another part, verification is another part, and validation is third part. So when I collect the data, before I submit to AQAR or SSR, I should validate from my side internally whether all the data from different quarters, different departments or subunits, data has come. Therefore, if something is missing, you can easily approach the units and heads to get the data. So every information, every data, every information, every evidence is a mark. So scoring mark becomes important now, which is possible only from the data. Then the second part is verification, is based on the data template submission procedure. Unless the data templates are submitted properly, it is going to give you a deviation for your submission. Therefore, proper data to be submitted in the data templates and with the proper links. Third part is validation, is a supporting document. The supporting document alone is submitted in terms of data templates to NAAC. So one should know the SOP thoroughly, and also how an Excel sheet should be filled in. These two mantra is going to help you to pool the data, documenting the data of your institution for a particular year. So that was the period where 30-70, you can deviate from 1 year, you can create more data for 1 year, and less data may be available on another year, so you can improve on the successive year. But the situation has changed. Though the 70-30% validation is there for 5th year, every year the data is going to help you. You are not going to improve in the successive year. It is very difficult unless and until you play a pivotal role, the IQAC to play a pivotal role in gathering information exactly, gradually, and increase gradually across all years. You should not increase on the 4th year everything. That is never possible because you have academic activities. So final score is talking about the gathering of information every year, planned activities along with a gradual increase in every academic year. So your efforts to answer clarification is very, very important. That will be taking place currently in every AQR submission. If you do not answer them properly for the support of the institution, the grade will be reduced. Therefore, what do I mean by that is you must be repute to your institution. So if you are not repute to the institution for a particular academic year and somebody is going to take up that issue in the successive year, it is going to be a headache for the institution. Deviation from SSR can attract penalty. That was the statement given in the manual. I don't feel that the attraction of penalty is more important. Rather, I must be trustworthy for the institution and NAAC. Therefore, avoid doing some manipulative work and get bad name for the institution. And this process of DVV process is well known to every one of us because the videos are available, the texts are available, and PDFs are available, so you can view that. But there are various stages, like two-stage process is carried out in this DVV verification. Out of 70%, 25% is a pre-qualifier, and it can be easily done in certain metrics, provided you must have a plan and clarifications of interlinked matrices should be thought about it before you finalize your AQAR. So these techniques are known currently, and most of the institutions are familiar with this. Hence, I am skipping this. But one of the metrics, the student satisfaction survey, carries 50 weightage, can be done without much difficulty, and you can score 4 out of 4 weightage. And you currently know all these things from the videos available in NAAC site. So I'm just skipping because this is what I have explained. A second level verification will come. When it comes to you, you must be truthful and just to the institution. If you do some mistakes here, it is going to pull down the CGPA. And these are some of the slides where you find extended profile deviations and metric level deviations. It will be It will be coming to your portal, and you have to answer them properly. So deviation profile, extended profile deviations with the metrics, and what is asked as an information, and you can answer them appropriately inside this box. And if there is a deviations in certain year in a quantitative matrix, you can also support that with the proper documents. So response of the higher education should be thorough based on the evidences. So once all these things are uploaded properly, you have to save it here. So once the job is done, you have to save so that the data will be saved in the NAAC port. So the 10 basic expectations of DVV are currently available. It is known to everyone. Upload only 5 MB data. Relevant documents for the speedy process. If irrelevant documents are available, the peer team visit and accreditation date will be delayed. Data templates must be filled in properly with the NAAC format. Respond to the DVV clarification in an appropriate way and fruitful way. Just what is asked, you have to answer with the clarifications. Then don't host the data in the third-party website or drive, and changes are not permitted after uploading the SSR. You should not change because some part of the data is available in your college website with the links. You should not alter it once SSR is submitted. Documents against metric must be linked properly, verified properly, whether the same data is linked and downloaded properly. And very important point is all the regional languages should be translated into an English document. Regional language must be translated to English. Then all the documents must be signed by the competent authorities. So to conclude that everything is possible only when you read the manual thoroughly, and also the standard operating procedures thoroughly, and also use your brain and intelligence in reading between the lines. So certain ideas are pictorially represented here. 5 MB data alone is permitted for NAAC server, and the rest of the items are available only in the institution as a link. So the link will be referred by the NAAC people, and that will be present in the host website of our institution. For the speedy process, don't say the speed snapshot of the speed of the Wi-Fi or internet activity. Instead, what they ask is the price list, internet connectivity, plan period, and bandwidth of the current year data, and agreement with the service provider. NAAC data should be, NAAC format of the Excel sheet should not be altered, but you can have the column-wise insertion is essential because the status of different departments, whether the data from each department has come, you can pull it until you complete this sheet, Excel sheet. Once it is over, you can remove it or you can keep it, no problem. But inclusion of rows are not permitted, and unless and until the template has got this kind of year 1, year 2. Don't include yourself an additional row and classify them according to the year. I'll take another 5 minutes time, madam. So these are some of the ideas I have mentioned about data validation and verification clarification process, and the templates I have taken it only from our own DVV clarification. We got only, I think, 11 clarifications. All of them were answered properly. I happen to see one college has got all the QNMs are deviated and they didn't get any penalty. That is a different story. That was in 17-18. And nothing should be present in the drive or in the third-party websites. And SSR submission, as I said, the SSR, after SSR submission, the content should not be changed. Whenever a link is provided to the NAAC, it should be referring only the place it will go, not to the website of the institution. And regional language transitions and competent authority and reading between the lines. So when you do certain DVV process, fill the response part has to be used, and unless you know all these DVV clarifications are filled in, you should not submit the response. So you should be doubly careful before submitting, before answering all the submissions. That should be from green, and all those things are answered, then you can submit the button. Help desks are available. And please remember, NAAC has got certain things, DVV partner has got certain things, institution has got certain things, which will be collated in terms of SOP, and there will be always certain deviations, and these are certain benchmarks you can fix for certain matrices, and always extended profile and metric level profiles must match. If the extended profile data doesn't match, that will be the denominator of every activity. You should be very doubly careful with the extended profile information. Suppose there is a clarification, they will be referring with the extended profile data and also the Excel sheet you have submitted for a particular academic year. So this should be checked very carefully. And also very important point is every question has got a formula wherein the denominator content should be properly put in the extended profile. So see that there is no mismatch between the extended profile and certain metric profiles. So number of seats here marked and actual admitted student, number of students and earmarked students clarification should not come. That is one type of mismatch between extended profile and a particular metric. Within criterion, there should not be a deviation. For example, in criterion 1, if you choose 3 collecting feedback mechanisms, and in 1.4.2, if you say only action taken report is only from 2, it is a mismatch. Across the criterion, also there will be mismatch. In 241, the average percentage of full-time and number of publications, you should not refer a faculty member of your institution has carried out his PhD work in other institution. There will be a mismatch. You should not claim the research articles submitted to Y college as your own publication. So you should be clear about that. X institution faculty who has registered in Y institution and published paper, that paper should not be referred as institution's paper. There will be a mismatch across criterion. So finally to sum up, it is advisable by the higher education institutions to read and understand the quality indicator framework of a NAAC by referring to the specific and updated manual thoroughly, including glossary, abbreviations, notes provided there, to be accurate in its response, as also refer the standard operating procedures. All the guidelines you have to follow very carefully, and trustworthy information should be submitted. So in a nutshell, it is a teamwork, how we work together to make the institution higher. So I conclude it from this point, madam. Any clarifications? I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, sir. Participants, if you want to ask any questions, you can ask Professor Cecil Raj, sir. Sir, thank you, sir. There is no queries at all because you have dismantled everything. We are very happy for having you as resource persons for this DVV process session.
No, I can share, madam. If you are very particular, I'm ready to share it. I have not dismantled anything.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you, participants. And now it's time for lunch break.
Hello, excuse me. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Sir, ஒரு டவுட். டேட்டா மேனேஜ்மென்ட் சாஃப்ட்வேர் சொன்னீங்கல்ல, அது எப்படி நாங்க access பண்றது சார்?
You have to outsource it, sir. It costs about 12 lakhs 3-4 years back. but now they have reduced the price, but you have to approach the in-part people or creatics people first.
Okay, sir. Okay. Have you got any ஏதாவது ஆல்ரெடி எஸ்டாப்ளிஷ் பண்ண இது அது வச்சிருக்கீங்களா சார் நீங்க?
So as I said, we tried once and version 1 alone we have, but it is not going to support because it must be understood by the faculty members and appropriate data should be submitted by the members. Otherwise, data management software one can create and have it or outsource it. But data provider is a faculty member. They should aware of what is the data corresponding to a particular metric. Unless they are very clear, it is very tedious job for pruning the data from different metrics by the IQAC team. That is why most of the colleges who are having this kind of issues, they will do it only with the Excel sheet.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Anything, madam?
I think no, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for all.
And participants again, 2 o'clock, assemble through the link, join through the link.
Thank you, sir. I request Mr. K. Associate Professor of Statistics, to introduce the plenary session speaker, Dr. V. Raymond Udayanath, Professor, retired Director, RCC Anna University, Former Secretary of Tamil Nadu Engineering Commissions, Professor and Director, Center for Distance and Online Education, PSA Present Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai.
Which sir, you can start, sir.
அவர்கிட்ட 4 லட்சம் புத்தகம் மட்டும் தான் முடிச்சிருக்கேன்.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. Sir, now everything is okay. You can start, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, everything is okay. You can start, sir. Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, madam.
Sir, you can start your lecture, sir.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, good afternoon to everyone. Hello. Hello. Madam, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, sir.
What about my presentation? Is it clear?
Sir, your
PPT
PPT
is
is not visible to us, sir.
Huh?
Your PPT is not visible to us, sir.
I have shared that one.
Sir, now it is visible, sir.
Okay. Hello. Hello. Is my PPT is visible? Okay. 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 So good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. I am Professor Raymond, formerly with Anna University. Now at present I am working in Crescent as Dean of Online Education. And one request, because I am not seeing you and I am seeing my PPT only. So if you feel that anything required, please stop me there itself. Or if you are not hearing my voice, please stop. Or if the PPT is also not visible, please stop. So 3 conditions. So because we are on the online. So today I am going to discuss about the NAAC assessment and accreditation QLM, a walkthrough. So because from the morning to evening, we are discussing about the NAAC, qualitative parameter, quantitative parameter, and DVV preparation. So here I am focusing only on the QLM, just a walkthrough, because within 1 hour we have to complete everything. So I will skip some of the slides which are not relevant or already you have studied. Here I can say that every quarter or every half yearly or every annually, NAAC is changing the parameter because the quality of education is changing like your technology. So this is based on the revised parameter given by the NAAC. Here again, I will say that we have universities, we have institutions. Even in institutions, we have autonomous institutions or affiliated institutions. So I am concentrating on autonomous institutions, and whatever the thing is additionally applicable to affiliated colleges, I am explaining there itself. So now we will see that the quantitative metrics. So we have quantitative metrics, qualitative metrics. Qualitative metrics and quantitative metrics. So actually, we are dividing, the new scheme divided the entire parameter into qualitative metrics and quantitative metrics. So what do you mean by quantitative metrics? When you say a quantitative matrix, the previous lecture you have seen how to prepare your DVV, how to give an answer for this particular thing. What is the reason for dividing into qualitative parameter and quantitative parameter? Quantitative parameter can be measured and the activities involved in the quantitative parameter is defined by the NAAC. Please note that quantitative parameter is defined by the NAAC. So you will give the number and you will give the document for verification. Your DVV will verify and a number crunching marking method. It is very simple. So when it is a number crunching marking method, it is very, very simple. Suppose we score your performance for a particular index is 500, 500, 500 and 500 and 500 for all the 5 years. Definitely that will be taken, compare with the thresholds, and you will be awarded mark for this particular thing. Then what is a qualitative matrix? What is the need for a qualitative matrix? So here I want to emphasize saying that qualitative metrics vary from institution to institution. Say for example, one example I can say, the other examples I can tell when we are discussing about this particular thing. The best practices. Here so many institutions are practicing or hearing that particular talk. For your institution is concerned, the best practices varies from institution to institution. So it is very difficult to quantify this particular one, bring into numbers. So that is what they have identified as qualitative parameter. If you take for affiliated colleges, there will be 36 qualitative parameter, and autonomous colleges, there will be 35 qualitative parameters. Then what is expected when you are preparing a SSR? What is expected when in the case of qualitative metrics? It is not just identifying the activities. I can say that you have to systemize it. Institutionally, a concept is required. Then you define what are all the activities available within that particular qualitative parameter. Please note that then you have to quantify it. Simple example, you have a system. I can say that the slow learner identification, the slow learner, average learner, and fast learner identification. So how you can define the system here? What is the system available? How you are measuring the slow learners? How frequently you are measuring the slow learners' characteristics? And what are all the measures that you are giving to make the slow learners to average learner or a advanced learner? And then how you are monitoring this particular system? Please note that you have to quantify. You have to say that when we do that particular activity, there are 10% of students below the level, slow learners. Simply, you should not say that there will be some learners available. No, you have to quantify that. Then after quantifying, then you make it as a system. Then you have to develop a document script for 500 words that should be reflected in your SSR. You can also link the required documents on the website, or the documents has to be provided. Maybe you have to link on the website. Please note that you are given one more chance to showcase these qualitative metrics when the NAAC really visits, which is not possible when you are talking about the quantitative parameter. So when you talk about a qualitative metrics, so either 35 or 36 qualitative metric. So this concept is very, very important. It is not writing a text, or not writing a story, or not write something here and there. There should be a system. There should be a list of activities. All the list of activities has to be quantified. Then you can narrate the situation as a document script, which is missing in many of the SSR that we are seeing. We have seen many SSRs, and there will be some text format which will not convey anything concrete about that particular system. They will say that we are following the best practices. What are all the best practices? They will say so many things which has no effect and no outcome out of this best practices. We cannot call that as a best practice. We can also say that some activities like IT policy and facility available, the infrastructure available, the extracurricular activities available, IQAC functioning. These are all the things that we have to put into the qualitative metrics. When you say qualitative metrics, if you are not in a position to quantify that particular value, narrate and on your own, then the SSR will be a vague SSR, and the qualitative parameter, when the team reads that particular thing, they cannot understand anything. They will come with some normal opinion. Even it is very difficult to convince some within the 2 days time. So preparation of the qualitative metrics is very, very important compared to the quantitative metrics. Even though low weightage, 25% of the weightage is assigned to qualitative metrics, the way in which you have to do is very important. When you coming to the curriculum, because you know that from morning to evening you are hearing there will be 7 criteria, each criteria there will be parameters. I am just discussing about the qualitative parameter. Just an example. So here it is given for autonomous college. What is autonomous and what is affiliated, we know that. Curriculum and the examination, we are depending on the university, so we are just affiliated. Curriculum and examination based on the guidelines given by the UGC and the affiliated university, you have the freedom to use it. So that has to be reflected here. Curricula that you are developed, because you are given a freedom, because autonomous college, you have given a freedom to develop curricula for your courses. Whether the curricula meets the requirement of the local, national, regional, and global, international, or whatever it may be, you can call it. So please see that you have to analyze the curricula wise for the programs, that all programs that you are offering. Then you have to see that whether it requires whether it satisfies the local, national, regional, and global development. You may ask one question saying that is it possible to have the analysis for all the programs? You are giving only 500 words to explain. It is good, but you just consolidate. So these many curricula based on the local, you can give some example. So when they are validating the document, there you can put all the things. Don't try to put everything there. Many of the situations, people will not map these relevance of local, global, and regional needs with PO, PSO, and CO. You are familiar with PO, program outcome, program specific outcome, and the course outcome. So if you are not mapped, you will not be given any mark. And sometimes people will come and ask, and sometimes they will strict on to the SSR that you are writing. There are 2 parts. One is you have to say the relevance to these 4 things, and you have to say that how you are mapping this particular thing with your PO, PSO, and CO. Second one, so it integrates the cross-cutting relevant gender environment, because each and every university system, they will give that some courses on environmental, some courses on gender balance, some courses on professional ethics, some courses on other things will be part of their curriculum. Irrespective of the branch, you have to do that particular courses. You have to say that whether you have that particular provision available or not. So please see that cross-cutting means something that you are disturbing in the society. So something like that, whether you are incorporated in this particular curricula, religious sentiments and human values or environmental hazards. So these are all the things that is given as a title, whether your curricula incorporate these things in your core courses, syllabus to enrich your curricula and the syllabus as well as the outcome. Because we are molding a student, so this cutting edge issues relevant to these things has to be included in your curricula as a compulsory core course, and it should be followed for this. If you have that, you can do that. For autonomous college, you are given freedom, so you can do everything. For affiliated colleges, we don't have the freedom, but whatever the thing which is given by the university, you have to follow. Or you can also, the committee will also expect, if you collect something and you are sending to the board of studies of the university, or you are sending to the academic council of that particular university, and you can record that, that will also add values for this particular case. So here I have concentrated 2 things. One is your curricula with respect to this particular thing. Coming to the affiliated colleges, they don't have the autonomy to change the syllabus. So there they will asking, instead of 1.1.1, they are asking 2 questions, whether the institution ensures effective curriculum delivery through a well-planned document process. Okay, as well as whether the institution adhere the academic calendar, which is including the examination. Please note that since there is no autonomy, so we cannot include all the things in your curricula. But what you can do, you can include value-added courses. We can include, so gap analysis has to be done in your university curriculum, and to fulfill the university curriculum, you have to do the other things like value-added courses, certificate courses, or seminars, lectures. So if you have something like that, that has to be done. This is for the affiliated colleges. The third parameter, that is the curriculum enrichment, is common for both. So here, so I am completing criteria 1, and if you have any doubts, you can share that immediately, or if you have gather the entire thing, we have the discussion at the end of that particular thing, we can do that. So what is your thing? So we want questions then and there, or you want to have it at the end?
At the end, sir.
Okay, thank you. So we are entering into the second one, that is nothing but teaching, learning, and evaluation. It is in our hands. We are all teachers, so we know how to make the learning system possible. The important question here is, the students that we are admitting to our institution need not be with equal talent, varying culture. So here again, it is the duty of the institution to categorize them into two or three levels and give the learning accordingly. For that, the first one is here is how you are accessing, or how you are categorizing the students as slow learners, advanced learners, and average learners, of course. Why we are doing this particular thing? We have to provide for the slow learners certain things, for the advanced learners certain things, for the average learners certain additional things, apart from your maintained or normal curricula. As a teacher, you may say that, sir, that is the thing that we are doing. Of course, we are doing. Whether you make that as a system, how you are identifying the slow learners. Most of the visit or most of the NAAC reports, the SSR reports says that, sir, we will calculate only the internal assessment. Yes, internal assessment is one of the measure that we can say that if they are failing, they will be calling as a slow learner. If they are good marks, they will be called as an advanced learner. But as a teacher, we know that that is not the only system. Yeah, intelligent student may not get very low, not concentrating properly, will be identified as a slow learner. Apart from your internal marks, whether your system have any other mechanism to identify as slow learner, and whether it is a systemized. So that is very important. So almost all the people will say that we are following certain mechanism, and what are all the remedial things that we are doing. We are having the coaching classes, remedial classes. For the advanced learners, we will ask them to do some research oriented papers, and we will ask them to do some more assignment, and we will ask them to take some classes. All the things are very good. That say only one part. So here it says that whether you are monitoring that system also. Today you are tagged that particular student as an average student or a slow learner, and you are giving some action plan for that particular slow learners, and you are doing that, whether it is achieved, whether it is a successful story. If it is not a successful story, so you are identifying 100 students out of 400 students as slow learners, and you are saying that only 50 students have crossed the stage, and another 50% still there. That means you need to revise the action plan for your slow learners. What is the thing that you are doing? So the NAAC reports request that also. Many of the report, most of the report, we are seeing that, so this particular part is missing. And affiliated college, this particular mark will be higher compared to the autonomous college, because autonomous college, we have to incorporate many things. Please see that we are doing the counseling, we are doing the mentoring, we are doing everything, but whether it is in a system. Tomorrow, if you say that this particular batch, so these are all the efforts that we have taken in the first year. These are all the things that we are taking in the second year. These are all the things that we are taking in the third year, or so whatever it may be the years. And what is the outcome? Are you measured that particular outcome? Otherwise, whether you are simply saying that, yes sir, we have the internal marks, if they fail, they have to attend the remedial class. If they are 80 and above, we will give some assignment. So that's all. So the measuring part is very, very important. Again, I want to say that these things has to be quantified. Even a case study, it can be showcased this particular one. So here the assessing level, entry marks can be given, designing a problem, set measures knowledge, measuring comprehensions, measuring using some application. So these are all the things that I am not going to say that. This is one example saying that why this is included in the qualitative parameter. Each and every institution have their own method to identify the slow learner, average learner, and the advanced learner. So when we say that there's a slow learner, what are all the mechanisms that you are giving for the slow learner? You identify, you note that particular thing. These are all the plan, activity plan. So you have to say that among the activity plan, how many things are coming as a successful one, how many things are not giving the outcome, then you can modify the slow learners part. One thing I can say that when they are coming to the lab, we are fixing the number of experiments. Whether it is a slow learner, whether it is an average learner, whether it is an advanced learner, we are asking the same thing repeated for many, many years. We are not innovating anything on the lab side. So here what we can do is we can have some systems that will be common to all. You can also add 2 or 3 exercises so that the advanced learner can do that. Otherwise, what will happen? You have given 3 hours time in the lab, 1.5 hours, the advanced learner will complete the lab, then there will be a chaos. So please, so the role of a teacher when dealing with the advanced learners, a creativity, encouraging self-assignment, independent learning projects. So these are all some of the things that I have noted, not full list. Each and every institution can have a thorough study on this particular thing, because when they are coming, they may come as a slow learner because of the environmental factor, but they are knowledgeable, they are intelligent, they are innovative. You have to harvest by method of doing it. It is a system required. Of course, you may say that, sir, we are all doing, we know that the teachers are doing it, but how you are making it a system and quantify the entire thing, giving within 500 lines to the committee to appreciate, so that you have to see that. So the next thing is the very important one, especially when they are doing a professional course or science-based course. So now they have to say that apart from maintained laboratories, what are the experiential learning, participative learning, and problem solving that you have integrated in the learning experience. This is very, very important. So you may say that for experiential learning, we are doing so many things. Field work, job training, role play, industrial visit, mock, social economic surveys, research. So these are all some of the experiential learning. So you have to collect what are all the things that you are doing. Whether you have included the field visit as a part of your curriculum, industrial training as a part of your curriculum. So these things has to be reflected. Don't say that if the student is interested, we are allowing to do things. No. Whether it is a part of the curriculum, whether it is embedded in the part of the curriculum, that is very, very important. Whether we are doing, so make it as a system and make that as a system and put it in the form. Participative learning, peer learning, active learning, group work, everything we are giving. Whether we have a system in place, whether we are documented that particular system. 5 years document is required when you are applying for a NAAC. So all the 5 years, whether you are following under a certain system or ad hoc you are giving, so that has to be given. Then problem solving method, so some innovative problem has to be given each and every lab. It is not repeating the problem that the seniors did and the current students are doing. It is not like that. So the teacher has to concentrate. So if you have the system available, so I am innovating by using a problem solving method. A teacher is doing it or a department is doing it. You just highlight it, put it in a proper format and give to the committee in the proper question answer. So next thing is teachers used ICT enabled tools thanks to Corona. So everybody is experienced in what is that online teaching. At least we know. So how we can do the teaching. Our PPT will be there, available there. Our teaching will be recorded and the students can go through that again and again. But here again, I want to say that teachers used ICT enabled tools, not only online learning, it is there in the offline learning also. That is our Chakan method. So here we have to say that how we are using the ICT. What are the ICTs we are using? The classroom, whether it is ICT enabled, smart ICT enabled. So whether you are using the learning resources, online resources, learning management system. So whether we can say that we are using, whether in institutional wise, you are using a platform for online teaching. Some people used to say that I came across many SSR saying that some department they will be using Google Meet, some department they will be using Microsoft Teams, and some people will say that I will use some other technique. There is no integrated online system available. So that is what expected here, whether you're using that particular thing and an online system. And this is very, very simple that normally every institution will do that, say how you are preparing the academic calendar, then you are planning each and everything, not only teaching plan, lesson plan, you have to include your assessment marks, your seminars, your workshops, your annual day, all the things has to be included in the academic calendar, and it should be available on the website for this particular thing. This comes about the examination system, whether you have a computerized system available for your examination management or a total computerized. Procedures and policies are already driven. Transparency in your system, how you are integrated the IT, whether you are working again, still working in the manual system, continuous assessment or computerized, whether the website contains these procedures and policies. So this is very important part because the autonomous colleges, autonomy is given for this examination also. So here we have to see that how best we are integrating all the things. When you then other two important things normally. So we teachers, I don't know whether we are following or not, we are not communicating in your SSR. So here there are 2.6.1 and 2.6.2. These two things are linked. Most of the SSR will say that they will define the PO, PSO and CO for all the programs, and they will communicate to the teachers. Because we know that the autonomous colleges, when there is an academic council, that is a basic requirement. For each and every course, you have to write the PO, PSO and course CO. And you have to map. Everything is possible. And you are displaying on the website also. Okay. So this particular point, you can also connect to Bloom's taxonomy if it is possible. That will add weightage for this particular thing. So the next point is very, very important. So after you define your PO, PSO and CO, whether you are analyzing it, whether you are calculating the attainment level, that is number one. Number two, after finding the attainment level, how you are fixing the threshold. Some people used to say that my threshold is only 50 marks, sir. Is it 50 marks throughout the 5 years? People will not accept it is a quality education. So because every year depends upon the students, it will be higher or lower, and you have to fix the attainment level. The institution level, I can say that each and every student has to attain the educational characteristics or the PO, up to 70%. Or some people will say that it is only a weighted average, sir. We will take the weightages of so many things and this will be fix my threshold. Then another point will be, after attainment calculation, find out the threshold, then you go to say that whether you are above the threshold or below the threshold. If you are below the threshold, and you have to say that how much less and what are all the action plan that you have taken, whether this action plan through IQAC, whether it has gone to Board of Studies and Academic Council for further refinement. Attainment calculation, everybody is doing. Threshold fixing is a big question mark, and the review of this particular thing. These three things has to be highlighted within 500 words. And when they are visiting, this has to be given in the departmental visits. So this is very, very important. So everybody is talking about the output-based education, OBE. So when we say output-based education, this is the only measure, and it has to be done throughout this particular thing. A simple example: learning levels, create, evaluate, analyze, apply, understand, and remember. Then the assignment will be through course. You can take projects, we can take mini projects, we can take then regular internal test, project surveys, and other things. Then you can say that the documentation, what are all the CO mapping, attendance, this particular thing. So attainment strategies target the level of attainment for CO, PO. So that is nothing but I told the level of attainment is nothing but I told as a threshold. Prepare CO mapping sheets in each and every program, and this should be available, or you have to upload on the website. For each and every program, this has to be prepared for the 5 years. So this is very, very important. So many of the SSR, simply they will say that we are calculating the SSO attainments, and we are no say about the levels of attainments. They will say that we are calculating the attainment. The PO-PSO mapping, we will say that we are calculating, we have written PO-PSO CO mapping, and it is reflected on the website. Whether it follows the guidelines of the NAAC, whether it is followed the guidelines of UGC, professional courses, whether it is followed the guidelines of AACT, which is missing. So with this, we are completing the second criteria. As I told you, the second criteria, when you talk about the affiliated colleges, so they will give some academic things and the calendar, whether it is prepared, so that will be added, and the IT infrastructure is also added as an additional parameter. Just we can go through that, because I have covered, when I am giving a talk, I have covered all the things. Even though it is not there, I have said some of the things, how you have to prepare the document. So the next thing that I want to say is the institutional research. So this is research policy. Affiliated colleges, we have 2 parameters, and autonomous colleges 3 parameters, because affiliated colleges, there is no separate research policies available. So here it is not only research facility, so we have to concentrate on the research policy. When you say that research policy, whether you are giving the, what is that? Whether you are giving seed money for research. So what is the policy that you have? Whether any workload reduction will be given. So here you have to document minutes of the governing council, the board of management, academic council related to the research promotion policy and its adoption. A research cell exists, and what is the function of the cell? How many of your people are trained for do research, quality research? These things can be, the documents related to these things can be included here. So here again, normally this will be transfer of knowledge and the incubation center, making them to entrepreneur or becoming a startups. Some people used to say that sophisticated instrumentation lab. But here, when you talk about a system, how your lab converted into a project, how your project given birth to entrepreneur or startup or innovation, how much you are giving importance to that, how much you are giving help to the students and the faculty to innovate and make it as a incubation and patent received or product measured. So these are all the activities that you can keep it within this particular framework. And if you have the sufficient number, then you can narrate this as a story. So this is very, very important. Most of the people will say that I have an incubation center. But when you visit this particular thing, or when you go through the SSR, and when you see that how many incubation the startups have been generated through the incubation center, the number will be very less. How many faculties are involved in the creativity activity, making them into product, innovative products, patent. So a system, ecosystem for innovation. So that has to be narrated, and you go to. So you cannot simply say that the SSR is available, all the SSR is available. You can also take a equivalent college and mapping it to this SSR. That is a wrong thing. We have to write on our own. We have to write institutional department level, then make it as an institutional level, sit as a team, then we can say that how you can make it within 500 words without omitting any of the important activities within the system. That is very important. So extension activities, most of the institutions, we have NSS, NCC, OERC, or physical education. Whether you have a structured program, most of the institutions, they will say that, sir, in the timetable, 2 hours allotted for physical education or something. So whether it is embedded in the timetable or whether it is embedded in the curriculum. In some of the universities that we have visited, part 5, we have NSS, NCC, physical education, and some other social service programs are embedded in this particular curriculum itself. No marks, but still it will be there in the grade sheet and activities are going on. If you have that, you can highlight in this particular place. When you talk about the neighborhood community services, most of the institutions we are surrounded neighborhood we are doing, because indirectly to give admission to the particular college as well as a good rapport with this particular neighborhoods. We are doing a lot of things, going to the schools and going to the society. So we are taking care of this particular thing and we are doing a lot of things. You just highlight and try to write it in the last 5 years we can write it. So here again, the infrastructure facility. So we have to see that when you talk about the infrastructure facility, everybody used to say that as per the regulatory authorities, we have the infrastructure facility. It is not the point. So how best it is utilized? How best it is okay, how best it is utilized, the utility of the lab. So a timetable can be also uploaded, because each and every lab, each and every facility, each and every classroom, computing equipment, all the things you may have according to the regulatory authorities, otherwise they will not give affiliation to this particular college. But here, what is the policy for optimal use? What is the utilization of this particular lab? What is the utilization of the classrooms? So this policies has to be written in a particular. So as well as the procedure for its maintenance. Most of the documents will not say anything about the maintenance, because after AMC, after warranty, most of the institutions are not entering into AMC. If they are not entering the AMC also, then we can have a per call maintenance. That document we can have, get the approval from the principal or whoever it may be, the authority for this particular one. So we need not wait till the system get collapsed, and then you are searching for a particular person to service that particular thing. That will be the delay. So here, whether you have a policy document for optimal use and whether you have the facilities available for this particular thing has to be highlighted here. Sports, maybe this will be, you can take a lot of photographs and other things. So because when you talk about your sports, whether it is embedded, suppose if you are incorporated in your curriculum or in your timetable, people will appreciate, because in an autonomous body, you have the freedom to include in the curriculum. But it is affiliated college, these things can be highlighted, because sports and cultural activities, notable activities can be highlighted, photographs can be taken, whether you have gym facility, how much money allocated for this facility every year, all the things can be combined and you can write the report for this particular thing. Library, because it is a very integral part, and most of the institutions, the number of walk-ins to the library is reducing. Even the teachers are not going to the library to do that, because everything is online, everything is available in your cell phone itself. By just typing that particular word, you can get everything. But the practice of going to the library has to be incorporated. Here I can say that, suppose the librarian has a scheme saying that the best student award, whoever coming more visit to the library will be awarded, the teachers will be awarded. So, or any other schemes of this particular thing. If you have that particular thing, you can increase the number of walk-in. As well as according to the NAAC requirement, you should have a library management system, integrated library management system, and many of the activities has to be automated. So automated is not only a Goha type of software, and just a software will keep track of the books and the issue and other things. For the issues and other things, you can have RFID tag, so you can keep the book there, automatically it will be issued, place the book there, automatically it will be entered, and any fine system or whatever it may be, this has to be automated. Before giving a fine, a message has to go to the student saying that this is the date for your return, and the student has to do that. So these things has to be covered in your library automated system. And the IT policy and IT security policy and Wi-Fi, because today environment we are saying that Wi-Fi is very much important. The CCTV camera and the UPS facility, then that department have any LMS, that is the learning management system integrated in your institution. So these things, and again I want to say that you have bandwidth, but whether what is the utilization of the bandwidth? So you may have 100 Mbps bandwidth, whether you are using 80% you are using or 60% you are using. So that has to be highlighted in this particular thing. Not only just mentioning the bandwidth available. When you talk about the campus networking, so people will say that whether all the buildings are covered. Campus network with campus Wi-Fi, the people will, during the visit, people will visit and they will see that whether the network is connected at their campus. Because today we are saying that IT is the integral part of our education. So here again, I want to say that what is the IT policy, what is the money allocated, what is the maintenance policy, and what are the security policy available for your college website, as well as for the important details. Because the controller of examination is the independent authority. You have to do that. We cannot point to the university for all the data. So it has to be secured. So similarly, academic things has to be preserved. So whether you have a data center, whether you have a server cluster, so all the things you have to consolidate and you have to put it here. And there are established system for procedure of maintenance. So open tender method and the maintenance procedure, whether you have a maintenance cell, campus maintenance cell available, how you are maintaining the lab and other things. So please, the policy document has to be kept available, or it has to be uploaded in the website. So this is again I'm saying that a policy has to be there. Student council, most of the people will say that if there is a student council, it is a problem. So only we have the class representative. NAAC mandatory, it says that a active student council and participation of the students in the administrative bodies are important. So you have to say that how much students are participated in the board of studies, in the academic council, and the other activities, that is anti-ragging committee, student grievance committee, IQAC, how many presentations are there, and the cultural committee. So the students council and the participation of this particular thing. So the annual alumni association, please note that the alumni association should be registered, and you have to show that what are all the alumni association. Everybody used to say that the alumni are coming and they are giving the orientation. It is not only the alumni association. How you are harvesting the alumni and how much money there you are. There is a specific question through financial and non-financial method. So you just categorize and you can say that this much amount during the last 5 years. First important thing is alumni should be registered, and if it is registered, then what are all the activities and how many alumni meets that you are meeting. So these things summarizes and the support that they are giving in the placement or in other activities. So that has to be mentioned in this particular. So this completes your 5th chapter, and the 6th chapter is mainly concentrate on the governance. So normally the department has less role, but the institution has a role of this particular governance. When you talk about the governance, so here I can say that vision and mission statement. Here again I want to say that this is what it is included in the qualitative parameter. The vision and mission statement will differ from university to university or colleges to colleges, autonomous colleges to affiliated colleges. So here again, when you are writing your vision has to be defined, and it has to take visibility in all the activities. That is very important. So whether it is displayed on the website, definitely we will do that. And whether it is known to the students, that is a big question mark. Whether it is known to the faculty members, again it is a big question mark. So here the vision mission statement has to be included, and decentralization and participative management. Some constraints are there for some of the institutions. Even we can say that they are participating, but financial constraints will be there in some of the institutions. That has to be written in a different way. So what you have to do is the leadership, the faculty contribution in various administrative bodies, the decentralizing, the principal has given the powers to deans and head of the department, and how she will be monitoring, and these deans and head of the department, how they are giving the powers decentralizing, and how they are managing. Preparation, identifying, explaining patterns, collecting evidence, and assessing the evidence. So these things has to be incorporated there. Then the strategic plan. What is your next 5 years plan? That is very, very important. Because some cases that I have seen that conducting more seminars, it is not a strategic plan. One day if the HOD and Dean sits together, then they can finalize a scheme for that particular thing. That need not be included in the strategic plan. But when you are writing the strategic plan, the involvement of the faculty member, all the department heads with the institution is important. Because developing a strategic plan, then dividing into small action plan, and how you are implementing. So this is very, very important. Even when they are visiting, they will definitely ask, give the document for your strategic plan. Last 5 years, what is your strategic plan? Every 5 years, you can revise a long-term plan, or 10 years again a plan. But you have to see that this long-term plan has to be converted into small strategic plan, and a monitoring and evaluation mechanism is important. This loop has to be completed. Organogram that is automatically there in all the institutions, but without any ambiguity, you have to do that. The IQAC has to be directly under the control of principal. All other things will be automatic. And that is also important, whether the institution has given welfare measures for teaching and non-teaching staff. So simple things like insurance, any other facilities that you are giving for the teaching and non-teaching staff, other than, say, if it's the government college, we will say that as per the government norms. Apart from that, what you are doing, because the mark say, that 0, 1, 2, 3 or 4. You want to get 4, you have to do something better. So here again, you have to say that then the performance appraisal form, it is there in almost all the institutions. How it is analyzed, it will be there. How it is controlled. Who will be the authority? HOD, what are the limits? Dean, what are the limits? Principal, what are the limits? We cannot put everything to the principal. We cannot put everything to the dean. We cannot put everything to the HOD. A structured system for the feedback monitoring should be there. Performance appraisal will be there. The teaching and non-teaching, every year they have to say what are the things that they did. And quantitative metrics will also be there. and we will say that some threshold will be given, and we can say that it is 10-point scale. If you have to get 5 and above, it's okay, or the HOD will go through that HOD or deep. If it is less than 5, and the principal will monitor, or he will give the counseling. And if it is repeated for 2, 3 or 3 years, what is the remedy? The policy should be there, and the policy should be transparent to the faculty, and this evaluation has to be incorporated there. Internal and external audit, most of the institution will do that, but if you have any audit objection and how you have settled, that has to be highlighted here. And mobilization of fund is also important, and utilization of the resources, optimal utilization of the resources. So when you talk about the mobilization, we have to say that how many consultants you work, and what is the consultancy culture available, what is the document available for consultancy work, how much percentage for institution, how much percentage for the, so this documentation and helping seed money, whether you are giving seed money for this particular thing, so this thing has to be incorporated here. And this is very important, internal IQAC. So how 2 practices you have to say that as an initiative that you have taken. Normally, when you talk about the IQAC, everybody used to say that I am conducting webinar, I am conducting seminar, I am conducting everything. IQAC is not conducting anything. IQAC is an enabled body or a powered body that will motivate the department and the other people to do that. When it is coming to a new course that you are introducing, then it will come from the department. So IQAC will interface and they will do the activity. So this is very important. So don't say here, so IQAC is doing everything, so HOD's work and the dean's work. Now, so here you have to say that what is the quality parameter that you have introduced? You have to mention any 2. Similarly, so here again, the learning process, teaching learning process, what are the initiatives that you have taken? What is the improvement that you have given, the last 5 years improvement, or if it is a second cycle or third cycle, the recommendation of this particular thing, how you are initiating, how you are making that as an action plan, how you are giving to the department to do that, and how you are monitoring, these things has to be highlighted here. So the last one, so I can quickly go through that. I will take another 5 minutes. Is it okay, madam? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir.
Another 5 minutes?
Okay, sir.
Okay. So next thing will be the first 8 parameters are very simple. So whether you have the safety, security measures, counseling rooms, common rooms, daycare center, because shows the center gender sensitivity and whether we are providing these things for this particular common rooms for women separately, men separately, counseling room for women, safety and security measures of the women candidate, day care center for the young teachers that they are benefited. So these things has to be incorporated there. And we have now people are very much interested in the degradable and non-degradable waste and how you are managing. So what is the solid waste management scheme, liquid waste management scheme? Suppose if you are attached with hostel, so the solid waste, how you are dealing, liquid waste also we are dealing, biomedical waste, e-waste management, recycling, say whether you are recycling the water from the hostels and whether you are using it for plants and other things. So these are all the things that you have to concentrate. If anything is missing, don't worry. So one thing I want to say here, suppose some of the things are not available and something is available in an excellent manner. Don't write all the points 1, 2, 3, etc. These are some of the guidelines given. What is best available in your institution, you write. It is not answering all the questions. It is answering the question 7.1.3. These tips and guidelines will be to see that whether it is available there or anything equivalent of this particular thing which is available in your institution, you write that particular thing. That is very, very important. So here again the cultural, regional, linguistic harmony. So cultural activities, regional activities, linguistic activities, Tamil News Day, Telugu News Day, or whatever it may be that we are doing. Cultural activities, many things. Regional wise also, Holi also we are celebrating. So you just highlight and provide the documents here. Sensitization of the students. So you have to see that, say how to make this a responsible citizen. So here we have to teach the values, rights, and duties. So because that is very important, because don't think that they are not school, they are colleges, but anyhow, in a different way we have to do that, and what are all the activities that you have taken, and what is the output that you are getting, and what is the system available has to be completed here. And this is very, very simple. Many of the festivals we will be celebrating. That festivals you have to mention, and their link and their geotag photographs should be available for validation. Very, very important two things. I will stop here after completing these two things. One is the best practices. Please see that the weightage is 30. 30 into 4, 120 marks. I'm not talking about the marks today, but still I want to say that the importance of the best practices. What are all the things that people are doing when they are writing the best practice? Some people will say that I have 10 best practices. NAAC is not interested with all the 10 best practices. Describe at least 2 institutional best practices. Among all the best practices, you can say that this is the best practice that I am following. So some of the people will say that giving an excellent teaching is a best practice. But you have to write, when you say that teaching as a best practice, then you have to say that you compare with some international institution and define the quality metrics, and you can show that we are doing this many activities and we are getting some evidence, and we have to say that these are all the practices and outcome of this particular thing. When we are saying the institutional best practices, don't say the routine maintained job your academic, which is not an excellent one. Even one with respect to the academic side, and another will be a social side. So you can select 2. The title is important. Objectives you have to write. Context you have to write. Practices, what are the activities, practices that you are following. Evidence. Because of this particular practice, that some people will say that earn while learn scheme. A rural student, rural area. So we are giving this much of scholarship. We are giving this much of things. Then what would be the outcome? That is very, very important. And this is a 5-year practice. Now you have to say that what are all the problems that you have encountered and how you have solved that particular thing, and how you are budget this particular thing. This is equivalent to many of our process are involved in proposal submitting. There is a research proposal submitting. It is more or less equivalent. It is not proposal submitting. It is equivalent to the final UC submitting. You have completed 5 years. It may be ongoing, and you have to give the evidence, and you have to say 2 practices. The distinctiveness, institutional distinctiveness. Here again, we have 20 marks. Placement you can take if you are excelling the placement. Research you can take if you are excelling the research. Transparency in all the administration you can take, or anything which is unique for your department, unique for your institution. Some people used to say that I have a what is that? Off campus. Is a institutional distinctiveness? No. I am creating so many courses or develop. I have autonomy, so I can take any number of courses. It is not distinctiveness. Distinctiveness means it should be to say the name. ADM College for women is the distinctiveness. At least everybody in the national level should say that if you want your ward to be like this, you go to ADM Institute of ADM College of Women. These 2 things are very, very important, and most of the situation we will be tiring in answering the last 2 questions, because our SSR starts from 1.1.1 and end with 7.1.2. Another thing I want to say that this best practices and the distinctiveness should be reflected in the department wise also. It is not only a NSSL is doing a best practice. No. Your participation is very important. Department level participation is very important. Most of the SSR are even, because as I told you, qualitative parameter, it will be followed a NAAC visit. When they are coming as a NAAC visit, they will ask the question saying that who are all the people involved in the best practices? What are all the department? Even department doesn't know what is the name of the best practices. So please note that the best practices and the institutional distinctiveness, it should be your ownership. You have to be very careful on that. Of course, after completing all the things, after all the visits are over, so here I can say that around 65% will be your qualitative parameter. Okay. 65% to 70%, 25% to 35% will be the metrics as per the judgment. So it will be combined and grade will be given. So you just imagine the date you are getting the grade and the grade that you are inspiring, because somebody else is giving the grade for you. You have to put the facts on paper. The people who are coming as a visit or the DVV doesn't know anything about your institution. Everything DVV means only the facts that you are submitting according to the format that they are asking. Qualitative parameter means how the qualitative parameter of your institution, the method has to be quantified and systemized. These things has to be kept into the mind when we are preparing the SSR. When you say SSR, after preparing the SSR, people used to say that, is there any mechanism to correct it? No. And one more thing I have noticed, when we are preparing the SSR, the question will be one and the answer will be different. I can say that even you can take 60% of the SSR, you just go walk through the SSR, you can also see that the question that is asked is not answered. We know that the NAAC is not a policing work that they are doing. It is only a friendly committee, friendly observation. They will go through the SSR. So this SSR should give an idea about your institution. Within 1.5 days, they cannot justify it unless otherwise you put it on the SSR as a qualitative parameter. Many of the situations, the involvement of the teachers in preparing the SSR is very less, especially the qualitative parameter. We will form a team, the principal will form a team of people who will work day and night to prepare this particular thing. Yes, they are working day and night. That is what they are preparing a SSR. But to reflect the entire institution level in a positive sense, you have to prepare the SSR. Another thing, in the qualitative parameter, you have to answer the question. You need not list out all the things which are available, which is not important or not very active in your department. You have to answer the question. But at the same time, don't put something which is that much important, because you have given only 500 words. Within 500 words, you have to impress the committee. Within 500 words, you have to convey the total meaning of that particular thing. Many of the SSR, it is missing. Some places, the quantitative parameters answer will be put in the qualitative parameter. No places, how many MOUs are signed as asked in the qualitative parameter. Something which is not there, then they will cut and paste it here and they will submit that as an SSR. Please see that the SSR preparation is like a thesis preparation and you are doing once in 5 years. So preparation of the SSR is very important. Again, I will say that the preparation of the qualitative parameter of the SSR is very, very much important, because I have visited more than 12 universities and 42 institutions and gone through so many things, and NAAC visited to many of the colleges. When we are reading the SSR, and this will not map with the real situation. Both the cases are possible. SSR is nicely written and facility may not be there. But don't go for a consultant. You can get the help of your peer academic partners in the other institutions. But still, I want to say that don't go for a consultant. What the consultant will do, they have some SSR of other institution. They will say that you cut and paste and modify your college name. That can be seen by the expert member immediately. Their treatment will be different. So you have to prepare your SSR and you have to involve all the teachers in your SSR, only not the team members, and you have to do the entire thing. So if you have any questions, I am ready to answer the question.
Sir, good evening, sir.
Good evening.
I'm Dr. Arulmeri Joyce, Computer Science HOD of ADM College, sir.
Yes, madam.
We have a doubt, sir.
Yes,
Can you kindly... Sir, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, madam. Tell me, madam.
Sir, kindly, can you explain the answer for 2.6.2, sir? Attainment of program outcomes and course outcomes are evaluated by the institution with an example, sir.
At present, I don't have the example with me, but I can say that how
Yes,
it can be calculated. Otherwise, I can send it to you through the particular thing. So I can elaborate this particular thing. 2.6.2 attainment of a program. Attainment of a program outcome.
Yes,
there
sir.
will be so many PO. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
PO we will be
yes, sir.
top, and then we will say that direct evaluation, indirect evaluation, so many metrics you will do that. Even from the question paper, external reviewer, all the things you will put here. And you will say that these are the points. Then you will say what is the method you have to calculate the attainment. Either sum of all the things will be the method that you are calculating the attainment. After calculating the attainment, you have to say that what is the level of attainment that you are fixing it up. I have a case
Okay, sir. Okay.
It's not there in my Dexter. I have a case study, but I will do one. I will send the case study to your coordinator.
Okay, sir. Okay, definitely, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
And there are some free software tools are also available to map your PO, PSO to the attainment level also.
Yes, sir. Yes. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Any other questions from audience? You can please ask now.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, madam.
Hello, excuse me, sir. Myself, Dr. Vedagiri of TBML College, Parayar.
Yes, madam.
I would like to get some information regarding under section criterion 3.7, something about collaboration.
Is it a qualitative parameter or quantitative parameter?
Collaboration in general, quantitative.
Quantitative parameter. Quantitative parameter, collaboration. And so mainly we have to say that how many active collaboration with national, international, reputed institutions. Everybody will have a MOU. Everybody will have a MOA understanding, or everybody will have a collaboration with some industry or some educational institution, national wise or international wise. So that is the first phase. You have to list out what are all the MOUs that you have during the last 5 years.
Okay.
Second case, it will come as what are all the active MOUs?
Okay.
Active MOUs, when you say that you have defined in a MOU some other activities that you can collaboratively, you can do that. Simple case, I can say, when you talk about the MOU, so I can say that I am signing a MOU with IIT Chennai for collaborative seminars and workshops.
Okay.
Then what is the output? How many workshops that you have conducted? How many summer schools that you have conducted? How many QAP program? Faculty development programs that you have conducted through your MOU.
MOU. Okay.
Here I am
Okay,
not supposed to answer the entire thing because I don't have that particular spreadsheet available with me. Because when you talk about the quantitative parameter, the action plan is defined by the NAAC. They have the columns and other things available. You have to fill up the column, and the supporting document also, they have the SOP available. According to that, you have to give.
Okay, sir. Right. Thank you, sir. Very kind of you. Thank you.
If there is any question from the participants? If there is any questions from the participants, you may ask. Otherwise, we will end the session. Sir, thank you, sir, for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. Thank you for listening. But actually, if you have a face-to-face type of things, we can do a better method. So because of the online, I am not seeing your face and reacting, because being a teacher, always by seeing the faces and answer accordingly will be better. So just I am only seeing the PPT and I have given. If you have any doubts and other things, you can write it down and we will meet in some other occasion also. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Dear participants, please be inside the link because we are going to have the validatory function now.
Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Now it's time for validation. I request Dr. V. Renga, Coordinator, Associate Professor of Commerce, to deliver the
It is my proud privilege to welcome you all to the session of NAAC sponsored National Online Lecture Seminar. First of all, I take delight of welcoming our principal lecturer, Dr. Untitled, who is our motivating and encouraging source for conducting this seminar. Welcome you, ma'am. Next, I am immensely happy to welcome our advisor, Dr. A. Sivanavasundari, former principal of our college, and who is behind us in all our endeavors. I adopt a long the special friend of the non-connect and director IDMC and Dean I am addressing the audience. Next, our controller of examination, IPSC directors, HODs and academic friends, members of all other colleges and universities for their active participation. Once again, I welcome you all.
Thank you, madam. Now, with much honor, I request Dr. E. Ram Cummings, Professor, Department of Educational Technology and Director, Institute for Entrepreneurship and Career Development, Dean Dayal Upadhyaya Kaushal Kendra, Balajasan University, Trichy, to deliver the validation.
Very good afternoon to all of you.
Sir, 1 minute, sir. To introduce our chief guest, may I now request our Associate Professor, Dr. N.K. Brahmodima, to introduce our research person.
Good evening to you all. It's my great pleasure to introduce our special guest of this valedictory function, W.E. Ramganesh. W.E. Ramganesh, as Technology, is currently serving as Director, Institute for Entrepreneurship and Career Development and Vocational Education, Balajasan University, Tiruchirappalli, Tamil Nadu, India. Besides, he served as Adjunct Professor in UTSI, Malaysia, for 2 years, 2018 and 2019. He is serving as Visiting Professor in Avinashilingam Indian Central University, Coimbatore, from 2020 onwards. He has been entrusted with number of responsibilities by the university, namely Registrar, Finance Officer, Director of College and Curriculum Development, Director of UGC Human Resource Development, Nodal Officer of Constituent Colleges of the University, and Coordinator of Projects. He is the national and international awards. He has published 86 articles in the national and international journals in the Scopus and Web of Science, and 15 books cutting across various domains of education. He has been serving as reviewer, associate editor, and advisor in many journals of repute at national and international level. He has completed 4 major research projects at an outlay of rupees 1.6 crores. He organized more than 25 workshops, capacity building programs, conferences, seminars, symposium at national and international level. He has been meritoriously selected by MHRD for the Qualitative program during 2020. He is an expert member in University Grants Commission, National Accreditation and Assessment Council, National Council for Technical Education, Ministry of Education, Government of India, etc. From his credentials, he has been an expert member in governing body, academic council, research committee, and work studies in many universities and colleges in India. He delivered more than 600 talks in diverse topics in higher education in India and abroad. We are very happy and proud to have such an eminent person as our special guest. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I request Dr. E. Ramgaran, sir, to deliver the valedictory address.
Thank you, madam, for good words upon me. A distinguished principal, ADM College for Women, Nagapattinam, respected IQAC coordinator, and most distinguished advisor, former principal, Dr. Sivadama Sundari madam, respected faculty members, learned participants, friends. Good afternoon to all of you. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to be part of the workshop or the event organized by IQAC of ADM College for Women on the topic of the significance, especially how NAAC is assessing and how the data validation and verification is done, and how the revised accreditation framework is being implemented for ensuring the quality in higher education institutions. NAAC is a very good academic exercise where we would be able to introspect. I mean, an educational institution, especially a higher education institution, is able to introspect itself to find out its strength and gray areas where it has to improve upon. And I'm so happy, I'm much pleased to know that a couple of academics, experienced academics, especially in the field of NAAC assessment, and even an advisor NAAC, spoke to you the whole day. And I'm sure that you would have got a lot of insights through which you can connect yourself with the NAAC accreditation in the revised accreditation framework. The NAAC is meant for quality, but what is quality? Sometime when I ask to myself, what is quality? Because everywhere, everybody is talking about quality, quality, quality. And how do we ascertain the quality? If you just ask me, out of my little experience, I would say, quality happens when you care enough to do it. Quality happens when you care enough to do it. So quality should not happen just for NAAC assessment. That is why Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, the great leader, scientist, educationist, a very good human being, used to say, quality or excellence is a continuous process, but not an accident, he says. The great philosopher Aristotle used to say, quality or excellence is not an act, but a habit That's very important. That is the philosophy of NAAC. Quality is not an act, but a habit. So you are maintaining a quality, you are sustaining a quality, not for NAAC's sake, for sake of contributing to the society. That's very important. But many times what we think, we want to maintain quality. If I'm not mistaken, we want to maintain quality just to win the confidence of NAAC. So that is the reason. If NAAC had not been there, so what would have happened to higher education institutions of India? So in that way, we'll have to think. See, we are sustaining quality only for social connect, only for contributing to the society, not for getting a better grade in NAAC. So in that way, I think it gives me great impetus to remember the great philosophy of Tendulkar, a very famous cricketer. He used to say, I am playing cricket not to just improve my performance, to prove my performance. I am playing well. I am very conscious of playing cricket, playing well, scoring runs for sake of proving India to the world. That's what he says. Proving India to the world. You must prove to the world. You must prove to the country. You must prove to the society, which is very important. So when you always think about the society in terms of your initiatives like teaching, research, extension, technology development, naturally, whoever comes, whether it is NAAC or NIRF or QS World Ranking, whatever the ranking agency comes, you would be able to rise up to the occasion. But unfortunately, I'm sorry to say, this is not happened. See, in many institutions, I visited as a NAAC assessor, many institutions and other institutions for faculty development, other initiatives. Come on, NAAC is asking us to do, so we are doing it. It is a NAAC-sponsored workshop. So in that way, see, ADM College for Women is one of the popular and famous, prestigious institutions, affiliated institutions of Bharathidasan University. And in fact, whenever I come to ADM, it is my homecoming. When you see, I know all the teachers, they are all good friends. In that way, you take a lot of initiatives and you are able to extend your initiatives to the rural population, especially. I know, even during the untoward incident, okay, maybe the, what do you call, lockdown or tsunami, how the institution was resilient, how the institution was agile to safeguard the girls studying there. I still remember the initiatives that you have taken during the lockdown, even during the tsunami. I still remember how, teacher put their mind back, for safeguarding the students and getting the rhythm in terms of their inclinations. That's very important. I'm so happy about it. So in that way, ADM College is one of the important affiliated institution of Bharathidasan University. So because, they are rendering their service to rural women, rural girls. Had there been no ADM College, I think most of the girls would have been, would have not been, would have not had academic pursuit, especially in higher education. That way, I'm so happy about it. So therefore, friends, NAAC accreditation is important, but let us develop a kind of inclination to initiate our activities, especially teaching, research and extension, technology development, just to contribute to the society. That's very important. So in that way, the education, so I think Satya Sai Baba used to define a beautifully education, I think that would really, convince you if I just recollect his great saying. Science without humanity, he says. Science without humanity. If science does not help humanity, what is the use? Science without humanity, commerce without honesty, he says. Commerce without honesty. Education without character is more dangerous, he says. So, Every faculty has to deliver goods to win the confidence of the fellow society. This is very important. Fellow society is very important. And that is the reason sometimes higher educational institutions, in terms of NAAC or other accreditation agencies, they wanted to have quality awareness first of all. The quality awareness is very important. What is quality? I would like to care enough, I must care enough to deliver my goods meaningfully so that it would be able to reach the unreached even, or reach the target group at least. That is very important. If I deliver my goods, whatever the accreditation comes, then definitely I will stand first. So this is very important. I request all the senior professors, the learned participants to understand. We are not doing, initiatives doing away just to, convince the NAAC. So our target group are stakeholders of ADM college, or stakeholders of any higher education institution. So we have to really cater to the needs. So that is called quality. Let us have quality awareness first. Come on, as a teacher of mathematics or physics or chemistry, come on, what extent I would be able to teach my students connecting the society. That's very important. Social connect is very important. Connecting the society. That awareness, first of all, I must get. That is quality awareness. Whatever I do, the excellence must be there. How excellence will come? Unless you benchmark. See, there is a compare. That's what the previous speaker, I listened to him. Perhaps, we don't have to compare ADM college with the Laila college or any other college. That itself is wrong, I tell you. Institutions should not compare themselves with other institutions. Steve Jobs, the CEO of Apple company, is no more, but what he says, a beautiful saying. If you compete with others, it is a deviation against your inner energy and creativity, he says. How can I compete with Dr. Savami Sundari Madam or the principal of ADM college? I cannot compete. I can only compete with myself is more important. Compete with yourself. ADM college has to compete with itself. Perhaps you can take good ideals, good thoughts from a very high profile institutions of this country or high profile institutions of other countries. You find out high profile institutions of other country, the best practices out there in the world, or best practices happening at national level and international level, you can have it. But don't compete with them. If you compete with them, sometime you will be jealous and sometime you would be stressful and you would not be able to perform what you could perform. So NAAC is not meant for it. You will have to understand. The very philosophy of NAAC is to make you compete with yourself. What is not there in ADM college? Let me compete with myself. Okay, what is my weakness? What are my gray areas? I don't call weakness also. What are my gray areas that I have to improve upon? Sometimes the entire idea is there in ADM college. Sometimes it is available out there in the world. The high profile institution, you can just collect the best practices and bring it to the ADM college or any other institution. That is very important. Quality awareness, first of all. And the second thing, quality initiatives. If you have quality awareness only, first of all, you must be aware of it. What is quality? And where can you search for quality? Where can you compete with yourself? So if you understand the quality, if you have quality awareness, perhaps quality initiatives. Come on. What are the initiatives which are very important? For example, number one, let me find out the high profile institution which are implementing the curriculum in an effective manner. So I will browse and find out the institution. Sometimes, we wrongly search for institution. High profile means what we think, A++ institution. Friends, believe it or not, sometimes A++ institution may not be equivalent to your institution. Your institution is accredited with the B+ or A, but you can do better than A++. This is a wrong methodology that sometimes we have. If we compare A++, no, that is not the case. What you have to do is you find out the institution's profile which implements the curriculum in an effective manner. Maybe that institution is a benchmarking exercise for you to improve your curricular aspects. So this is how quality initiatives happen. Not only in India, you can find out the best institutions out there in the world. Suppose curriculum, if you ask me, I would say Stanford stands first. Stanford University, University of Pennsylvania. They are all operating the curriculum in an effective way. Harvard University, Princeton, Rice University, Monash University in Australia. So these universities are doing well in curriculum. What is there to look at us? Look at those institutions. After all, we are going to improve. So this is called quality initiative. We should not be happy with only going through the A++ institution. Come on, they are doing, so I am also going to do. Please don't do it. Maybe you can take some good practices, but still you can't you cannot rely on A++ institution. So this is how quality initiatives at nationally and internationally you have got to be benchmarking. And you have to benchmarking means what? Take positive ideals from those institutions. That is called benchmarking, I would say. Excuse me. So now when you take quality initiatives, then it will really put thrust on you to have quality enhancement. So quality awareness, quality initiatives, now quality enhancement. What is quality enhancement? Rate of growth in your initiatives. Rate of growth, not growth. Rate of growth in your initiatives, teaching, research, extension, technology development. These are the components of higher education. So rate of growth is very important. Last year, the rate of growth is 7%. Now the rate of growth must be more than 7%. That is called quality enhancement. Last year, you have published 50 research publication. This year, 60. Don't be happy with that. The rate of growth is less. Why? Because only 10. So the growth is only reduced actually. So 50 publication should be looked at the number of faculty members what you have. And now 60 publication number of faculty member what you have. So it is not quality enhancement. It is only growth, but not rate of growth. So rate of growth must be taken cognitions. That is quality enhancement. Quality enhancement is very important. And next stage, quality sustenance. That is an important initiative of higher education institution through NAAC. Quality sustenance is more important. How, what extent you are able to sustain the initiative. Sustain means not as it is you accumulate. Perhaps sustain means you have to improve upon. Drastically, dramatically you have to improve upon. Sustain means I have got A grade. So once again I got A grade. So sustaining. Please don't be under the impression. That is not sustaining. So A, the next stage, A plus or A plus plus. Something like, so quality sustenance. This is how you are able to connect people in a different perspectives. So in that way, quality sustenance. So if you have quality awareness, quality initiatives, quality enhancement, quality sustenance, the last one will be quality culture. Now, the quality culture is imbibed already. The quality culture is embedded in the institution. Now, you can never make the institutions get away from the quality because quality culture is there. So whatever they do, the culture is there, quality culture. So that is how certain institutions, you always, appeal. You will be appealing to see the faculty members working together, the recruitment of faculty members who are working together with a lot of values. So in that way, we appreciate the institution. We appreciate it because all the faculty members are cooperative, and they work together, and they are able to rise up to the occasions, and they are able to rise up to the expectations of the accreditation agencies. So you can just have a look at what are the parameters, indicators of revised accreditation framework in terms of quality metrics and quantity metrics. But don't be conscious of, only winning the confidence of NAAC accreditation. You cannot be creative, I tell you. You cannot be creative. So what you have to do is, you have from quality awareness to quality culture in terms of connecting yourself with the society, which is more important. Suppose if at all I want to connect myself, it is not an easy task. So I will have to be creative. I will have to be critical. I will have to collaborate. I will have to communicate. I will have to have different leadership. And I have got to be resilient. Otherwise, I cannot connect my ideas with the society. Therefore, you think you have out-of-box thinking. You develop out-of-box thinking. Come on, I am teaching physics. How can I connect physics with the society? So that will give you a lot of ideas to have a startup or entrepreneurship ecosystem, things like that. If you win the confidence of NAAC, NAAC will suggest something. If you do it, you will be limited, I tell you. You will be very much limited. So you are not existing just to say goodbye to NAAC. So now what happens, you see, NAAC accreditation is a very good exercise. I don't have any second thought in it. But you must develop out-of-box thinking. That's very important. Out-of-box thinking is very important. So in that way, you will have to really think about it. Suppose when you ask me, okay, what do you expect as an NAAC assessor whenever you go to the institution? I accredited more than 25 institutions across the country. Suppose when you ask me, what are your expectations, sir? NAAC member, how do they just go through the SSR, Dvv, and then AQAR? Okay. So what do you, when you enter into the institution, what type of mindset you have? What sort of behavior you have? What sort of actions you have? What sort of actions? So these are the mantras, mindset, behavior, action. So what sort of mindset I have? Suppose if at all I am one of the assessors of NAAC, their team for ADM college, what kind of mindset I have when I enter into the ADM college? So maybe I can just tell you, number one is brand of ADM institution. The brand is more important. So what is its brand? Brand in the sense, sometimes, this particular institution is known for this particular quality, this particular department, this particular facility, central facility, or facility for seawater algae, freshwater algae, research in biology or research in economics. Something like, the brand is very important for me. So the moment I go through the SSR, normally what I think of identifying is what is its brand, the institution whom I am entering, what is its brand. So first of all, I would like to find out the brand of the institution. And second thing, what I will do, what kind of best practices cutting across 7 criteria the institution does away. The best practices is very important. Not the old practices, stereotyped practices. Everybody used to say, command curriculum is developed on the basis of university, the parent university, because it is non-autonomous institution. Whatever the curriculum is suggested by the parent university, the institution follows. The institution adopts a choice-based credit system. These are all, everybody knows it. But what is the best practices? The curriculum, for example, I would say, although the university is recommending the curriculum, preparing the curriculum for the institution develops curriculum transaction practices towards fourth industrial revolution and SDG 4.0, that is Sustainable Development Goals 4.0. Therefore, the curriculum is revisited by the non-autonomous institution to address the 21st century skills, so that students will be well-rounded to have capacities to address 21st century learning or 21st century education. So when you have the big thoughts in your mind, now what happened? Your mind will never leave you. Come on, I have to prepare the curriculum to have the capacities to address 21st century education, Industry 4.0 revolution, STG 4. Because you see, university is only giving you syllabus, but curriculum is designed by the institution. Please get it. The curriculum transaction, who can do it? In the ADM college, university cannot do it. Only ADM college teachers are doing it. They are the transactor of the curriculum. So the best practices in your teaching, best practices in your internship, best practices in your experiential learning, best practices in problem solving approach, everything is in your hand, not in the university hand. So curriculum, every curriculum is designed by you, not the university. Similarly, the university will take care of, the vocational pathway, professional pathway, and academic pathway of the BSc chemistry or BSc biology, botany. University will not do it. No university will help you. Only the colleges have to take initiatives for the benefit of the students, their students. University will not tell you, after BSc botany, what are the jobs, okay, your girls you can get. University is not interested. If you rely on university, you won't get it. It is the duty of you to tell your students, these are all the jobs you will get into it. For example, after BSc botany, you can get 20 professions. That is vocational pathway. Second, professional pathway, 20 jobs if you want to get into it. Then these are all the proficiency sets, skills you have to acquire. How many? 100 proficiency sets you have to develop. Now what happens? The college may not be able to give you all the 100 skills. Maybe 50 skills we will give you, and 50 skills you will have to get it out there in the world. Do we inform the girls? You tell me, your students. You never tell anything. They simply come and join BSc botany. That sometimes they become gold medal, and sometimes they may not be able to win the confidence of the employer. Why it happens? Because the students are in dark. So this kind of practices, you will have to have the best practices. So how did I get this best practice? I went through Harvard University's Center for Curriculum Design. So I got this idea. So if NAAC peer team members comes to you, when they happen to look at the best practices, they'll be happy. Come on, ADM college, they got a beautiful idea from Center for Curriculum Design from Harvard University. It is good idea, and it can easily be implemented. As an expert of botany, expert of mathematics, expert of chemistry, you have been teaching for 25 years, you are an expert, and you can tell how many jobs your students can get into it. How many proficiency skills they have to develop within 3 years or 2 years of MSc. But we are not telling because we blame the university. Come on, our college is autonomous or non-autonomous. University is designed by the curriculum is designed by the university. So we put blame on each other. It is our duty. Leave alone NAAC accreditation. When you do it, NAAC will be impressed. So this is how the best practices I will see in curriculum for want of time, because a valedictory address, okay, I don't want to take much time. Valediction is always challenging, because we are at the fake end of the program. Okay. Sometimes you have to be challenging. The whole day you are sitting. I can even look at the teachers of ADM college, okay, virtually. So they are so tiresome. Sometimes I will be challenging, because last speech, okay, and everybody thinks that when this fellow is going to finish it up, okay. So I don't want to take much of your time. But this is very important. The best practices I will see. The first one, brand of your institution. The second one, the best practices, okay, the particular college is using. Cutting across 7 criteria from curricular aspect to best practice, IQAC and best practices. The third one, how do they connect? How does the college connect the society in terms of their initiatives, teaching, research, extension, technology? How do you connect the society? These are the 3 important things. Normally, I'll have it in my mind. This is my mindset actually. Mindset of any chairman. Because I worked with a number of chairmen. I also served as chairman for 10 institutions. Now you see, the mindset is like that. The brand, and then the best practices, and then the social connect. The 3 are indicative. They are not exhaustive. The 3 are very imperative. Social connect, I mean brand, best practices, social connect. If I have the 3, I think I will be happy. Come on. Let me see whether it is there or not in the principal presentation. So I will be enthralled to look at the principal presentation in the morning. Okay, they give me tea, snacks, everything in front of me. But I am least bothered. I would like to look at the principal presentation. Come on. Whether she is spelling out the brand, the best practices, and then the social connect in terms of their initiatives. So suppose the principal presents very well, NAAC visit is over. I tell you, NAAC visit is over already. 1 hour the NAAC visit is over. That will be giving me a very good impression. Then I will be enthralled to meet the IQAC members, IQAC presentation, IQAC members. And you see IQAC also present once again. And they will also try to appeal me. So I will be very pleased, okay, to listen to the IQAC presentation. Then if I visit all the departments and facilities, I have already got it, okay. This institution, I have to give 4 for all the quality matrices, 4 for all the quality matrices, because they are exemplary. Principal presentation was exemplary. IQAC is doing away very well. So 4 is the point that I will have to allot. So this is how the mindset, you'll have to look at actually. But very, very important is social connect. Social connect. So social connect is very, very important. And you'll have to really do a lot of exercises, benchmarking exercises, so that you must be a person of, you must be in the sense of IQAC. IQAC is the game changer of NAAC. IQAC is the game changer of NAAC. Therefore, IQAC coordinator must be well facilitated, better than principal. I'm sorry, if I am not mistaken, the facilities I'm talking about. So IQAC is the game changer of institutional status, accredited by any agency, whether it is NIRF or QS or NAAC. So IQAC has to play a very important role, pivotal role. IQAC members must be motivated, dynamic faculty, motivated faculty, because you are the game changer. So what you have to do is, what is the prime responsibility of IQAC? If I ask this question, I am not in the session, unfortunately. I am in the valediction. So you would say documentation is the first, primary. I would say documentation is secondary. Primary is what you have to do is, the prime responsibility of IQAC is to update the departments with recent developments, with the best practices. That is very important. So IQAC has to update the rest of the departments, administration with the recent developments. So IQAC has to help, very important responsibility. You must know all the faculty and you must update the well-connected factors. And second, documentation. You have to update the best practices in economics, in history, English, Tamil department, even non-teaching, administration, principal and management correspondent, the best practice. So IQAC is the game changer which has to play a pivotal role to update the departments. So these are the, I don't want to take much of your time because the scheduled time is 4 o'clock and it is getting delayed. I also feel guilty retaining you. So these are the ideas which I would like to share with you. And if you let me, I can just keep speaking and giving you ideas, but still I don't want to retain you quite a long time because some of you would have come, okay, from different places. You'll have to have your own affairs. So in that way, these things you have it in your mind, from quality awareness to quality culture. And then the three important things like brand you have to create, best practices, and then social connect. If you do it, don't bother about NAAC at all. Whenever NAAC comes, okay, they will be impressed. So this is very important. Please don't do everything just to pacify NAAC. Please, I request you not to do it. NAAC is not the very big agency to do away. So NAAC only is helping us to introspect ourselves where we have to improve upon. It is a very good academic exercise. I love, especially the initiatives of NAAC. I love to be part of NAAC. Why? Because it will spot out to the institution, enable to understand the gray areas where they have to improve upon, so that rate of growth is incremental. So these are the ideas which I would like to share with you. And I wish you all the best in the days to come about your NAAC accreditation and the NARF and other accreditation, so that you will be, you will be able to come out with a flying color, and you would be able to really contribute to the society in terms of your initiatives, and so that we would be able to address the national agenda, especially national agenda. Because the national agenda is building Atmanirbhar Bharat, that is self-reliant India. We have to build self-reliant India. And the whole world is growing older population. India is becoming younger and younger. Statistics confirm 55% of our population are youngsters from 18 to 23. Therefore, the whole world is jealous of India. You take China, old population. Take America, old population. You take any Europe, old population. But India is filled with younger population. 55% of our population are youngsters. And those youngsters are given unto you. And you teachers, we teachers have to play a very important role on our shoulder to groom youngsters, so that India can be transformed number one in the world. It will happen because educated youth we need. We need educated youth who can really address the national issues and national agenda. And I am so happy. My sincere thanks are due to ADM College, the principal, IQAC coordinator, and other dignitaries, and especially Dr. Sivaswamy Sundari Madam, okay, for extending a very good opportunity for me to interact with the teachers of good caliber. And I wish them all the best, participants also. And I'm sure that the one-day discussion on the revised NAAC accreditation assessment and DVV would have given you a lot of insights, lot of ideals, so that you can have take-home values, and that would really help you to lift your institution, okay, lift up your institution in the great altitude, so that young students will be benefited, and those students will in turn address the agenda of this country. Jai Hind. Thank you very much.
We have come to the end of the session. I request R. Manurina, Seminar Convener, Vice Principal, Coordinator of Advocacy and Assistant Professor of English, to read out the seminar report and to propose the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone present here, as well as joined through the meeting. My sincere gratitude to God Almighty for His blessings and NAAC Bangalore for giving us this opportunity to organize this national level virtual seminar on SSR preparation for assessment and accreditation under NAAC revised framework and effective Dvv process. The program started with the NAAC function and the NAAC coordinator Dr. N. Sampath-Lakshmi ma'am, HOD of Commerce Circles the gathering, and Dr. R. Untitled Principal in charge manner, delivered the presidential address. Dr. Sophia Purchalli ma'am, Controller of Examination, and UGC coordinator gave the keynote address. And conference proceedings was released by our college advisor, former principal, Dr. A. Sundar madam, and it was received by the principal. And our chief guest, Dr. B.S. Ponviraj, advisor NAAC office, Bangalore, delivered the inaugural address through video conferencing mode, and the inaugural function ended with the vote of thanks proposed by Mrs. S. Malati, Head and Associate Professor of Chemistry. In the plenary session 1, Dr. S. Srinivasaraghavan sir, Controller of Examination, Carlos University, enlightened the audience on SSR preparation and the NAAC revised framework. Plenary session 2 was engaged by the speaker, Dr. Alfred Sisselraj, Controller of Examinations, for the Dean IQAC and Associate Professor of Physics, Children's College, Trichy. He explained the participants on data validation verification process. Dr. V. Raymond Udayaraj, Professor and Director, Center for Distance and Online Education, DSA Crescent Institute of Technology, Chennai, was the resource person for the plenary session 3. He explained the qualitative and quantitative metrics of NAAC. Dr. V. Renuka, Associate Professor of Commerce, NAAC Coordinator, welcomed the gathering in the validatory session. And Dr. E. Ganesh, Professor, Department of Educational Technology and Director, Bharatasa University, praised the validatory function. 19 staff members of ADM College and 108 faculty members from various colleges from all over India joined the meet. Let me say one of two colleges, Loyola College, NM Jain College from Chennai, Sri Parashakti College, Kuttalam, Meenakshi College, Madurai, St. Joseph's College, Trichy, Horticultural College, Research Institute, Trichy, Arts Engineering, Bond Sector, Sandhu, Swami Dayananda, TBML Korea, DG Arts and Science College, and Tirupanagar, ABC, Vivekananda College, Kumunda Government Arts College, EVR College, and Kanya Mahavidyalaya, NMSS, Velachami Nagar College, ABPM Systems, Isaac Newton College, Andy College, EGS Pillai College, like from various colleges, participants have joined this seminar, and we have received 24 papers, and the papers were sent to the scrutiny committee. Among 24 papers, 15 papers were selected for publication in seminar proceedings. Outcome of the seminar: through this seminar, the principals, IPSC coordinators, IPSC members, faculty members of the colleges, and the stakeholders of the higher educational institutions are informed about the process of channelizing the functioning of their respective institutions and implementing the quality parameters to prepare SSR, both manual and e-report, and for effective Dvv process. The internal quality assurance cell of the different colleges are benefited by the seminar, I hope so. And now I have immense pleasure in proposing vote of thanks. First, I take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to God Almighty, as well as I take this opportunity to thank our Chief Patron, President Ranashri, and Patron, our Secretary Ranashri, and Principal, Head of the institution, and our college advisor madam, and Controller of Examinations, and the NAAC coordinators, and the members of IPSC, and the resource persons, 5 resource persons of this day, of this seminar, and other participants from various colleges also have joined this national seminar, and they have given hand to us. And then I thank our senior faculty members, IPAC internal members for their support to organize this program. I thank all the faculty members attended this program. I thank the administrative staff, those who have rendered their support to organize this program without any flaw. I thank everyone. Thank you.
Thank you for all the participants, madam. ஒரே நிமிஷம்.
இருக்காங்க கொஞ்சம்.
என்ன சொல்லுங்க.
இந்தமா ஜமுனாண்டா 2 பேர்
Thank you for all the participants.